Okay, my own book. Oh, this is really exciting. My name is Ditsy Doo, and I'm a Pegasus, but it might be hard to tell because my wings look a little weird. Well, it's because the rest of my body looks really weird too. I'm what some ponies call a ghoul, which I'm fine with calling myself because it sounds a whole lot nicer than zombie or bone bag or some of the other really mean things that ponies have called me. I was born before the Great War and had a delivery wagon that helped me fly packages around all over Equestria. But then I heard this really loud sound and there was this bright green fire everywhere. And then I slept for a really long time. And when I woke up, I looked, well, ghoulish. But maybe I'll talk more about that later. The point is, I've been flying around Equestria for a very long time. I have so much more experience than many more ponies, and I feel like I could really help them out in their day-to-day lives. Give them a Pegasus eye view of the wasteland, especially since there aren't many Pegasi around anymore. I used to tell my stories to a lot of ponies that I would meet because I would still fly around delivering packages like I always have. But then something happened and I couldn't talk anymore, and it was really sad at first, but then I thought of how many other things I used to have, like feathers and fur and skin, and I've done okay without all that stuff, so I can keep flying without a tongue too. Then during one of my trips, I found this old newspaper machine and a big container of toner ink, and that gave me the idea of putting all my stories down on a book that could help ponies out anytime they needed it. A Wasteland Survival guide. The only problem is I'd never written a book before. I'd only read them, so I'm still figuring out how this is going to come together. I'm just going to start writing and see what happens. I'll write down short chapters on whatever comes to mind and hopefully collect them into something that makes sense in the end. So hopefully these chapters will help you out, and if you need anything at all, you can come to my store and delivery service in New Appaloosa. It's called Absolutely Everything because it has absolutely everything. And if it doesn't, then it's usually something that I can track down and deliver to you. Love, Ditsy.
Alright, this is one of those chapters that seems really obvious and dumb. Like, come on, Ditsy, is it really necessary to explain radiation? That's like the first danger you learned growing up. To those naysayers, I would like to say this chapter isn't necessarily for you. However, there are a lot of ponies and other creatures that come from places where radiation is not ever present. My intention in writing this Wasteland Survival Guide is so every pony of all backgrounds can find it useful to survive out there. There are still a lot of stable ponies that are surfacing from all over the place who could really use an understanding of what the surface is like. There are also some really remote places that there weren't much radiation because, frankly, there wasn't anything to bomb. Plus, I hope this chapter will give everyone a deeper understanding of radiation, why it's dangerous, and why it's useful. So, assuming you're some small mare that's crawled herself out of a stable, let me explain. During the Great War, there were these things called megaspells, which could make normal magic way more powerful. I remember early on when they were using them to heal ponies during battles. Unfortunately, that didn't last long, and when the zebras learned how to make them too, it became a race to see who could make the biggest weapon. I talk about it a bit in the Big Guns chapter of this guide. Balefire became the most common thing to augment with megaspells. I'm not exactly sure how the zebras made theirs, but the pony designs that I know about were based on these magical gems that they would enchant and combine with dragonfire. I remember because I saw this newsreel before a movie that showed this big dragon toasting a whole pile of eggs. They called the stuff Balefire because just like Dragonfire, it was super powerful and had all these weird magical properties to it. When the bombs would go off, this super tiny dust from the crystals covered everything. Those little dust particles are still burning. You can even see it when there's enough radiation gathered in a close area. That creepy dark magic dragon fire keeps burning to the point that everything is being burned constantly. I should probably mention that this is based on my own experience and some unicorn friends I've talked to. At least as far as I know, this is how it works. Because the dust is so tiny and each particle is burning, it creates all sort of weird effects on different creatures. Most of those effects kill you, if you get enough of them. Luckily, during the war, every pony was like, oh shit, this is bad. Someone was smart enough to make a medicine that was a bunch of really tiny crystals that soaked up the dragon fire. The most common version of that you see in hospitals or medical boxes is called Radaway. I mentioned that in the clean water chapter about how you can mix that to purify water. Food can be much harder to estimate, unless you have a fancy pip buck or some other kind of rad meter that can detect balefire. Oh, I should mention that there are lots of these things called rad meters lying around that can detect how much balefire is radiating out of something. It's pretty easy to measure based on that. For normal ponies, radiation gets worse depending on how much you absorbed. At 200 rads, you start to feel sick to your stomach. You'll probably throw up and not want to eat anything. At 400 rads, you'll start to feel really tired, but you can't sleep because you can't stop vomiting, even after your stomach is empty. At 600 rads, your hair starts to fall out, including your mane and tail. And a whole bunch of horrible stuff is happening inside of you too. Organs will start failing and everything will hurt. At 800 rads, your skin will start falling off in chunks, and you'll get big holes in your legs like you're a changeling or something. Except, they're supposed to look like that, and you're not. Also, you'll be bleeding a lot, inside and out. At 1000 rads, you die. You just die. Now, I should specify that this is based on what we were told as ponies during the war. Unicorns, Pegasi, and Earth ponies can rely on these numbers unless you're really petite or really big maybe. Then you may need to adjust your estimates. These numbers might not apply to other creatures either. Griffins, hippogriffs, yaks, buffalo, sea ponies, dragons. You'll probably all be different in one way or another. One exception to dying though is if you get hit with like millions of rads all at once. Like, say you were just flying through the sky, trying to get your morning deliveries done so you can eat lunch because you're super hungry after skipping breakfast that morning, and then a giant green mountain of fire instantly appears and sends you tumbling to the ground 12 miles away. That many rads booping you extremely painfully on the nose might just turn you into a ghoul. Literally thousands of these blew up all over Equestria during the events of that day, and almost everything is radioactive in one way or another. Even if you're not a ghoul, all that radiation everywhere can have long-term mutagenic effects anyway, especially when you're born, which is why pregnant mothers should take extra Radaway every day just in case. That isn't the only way to treat radiation though. There are some plants that you can eat that soak up the radiation in your body. The most common one is a red mushroom that you can find in caves. Something about the fungus has mutated in a way to thrive off of radiation. Not too different from ghouls. If they are radiated enough, they may glow red. If they are glowing red though, they might not soak up radiation as well, since they're almost full. A lot of medical ponies out there have come up with some really creative recipes also. I knew an earth pony mare who could mix up this silvery looking powder she called zeolite. She'd pour it into some booze and have ponies drink it. Something about the metal powder helped cure their radiation, so when they woke up from being drunk, they felt a lot better. If you're ever around Dodge Junction, you should try to find them. Her name was Cesium. Unfortunately, there are things that are worse than radiation out there. One of the main things though not nearly as common as Balefire, is called Taint. Taint is a really shiny rainbow-colored liquid that reminds me of Zap Apple Jam. Not sure how many of you know what that is, but it's much less dangerous than Taint. You'll find Taint mainly around old military and ministry buildings, specifically Ministry of Arcane Sciences and Ministry of Wartime Technology stuff. I don't know if it was something that they were working on, like a weapon or whatever, but it is very potent. Around concentrations of Taint, you'll find all sorts of really gross monsters like bloat sprites, floaters, and hellhounds. There's a good chance that this isn't a coincidence. Luckily, Taint is fairly rare outside of places like that, so you shouldn't have too much trouble avoiding it. Scarcity doesn't mean it doesn't exist, though. The last main hazard you'll come across out there is Pink Cloud. Pink Cloud is mainly something that you'll see around Canterlot, where the cloud still hangs heavy over the city. The most dangerous thing about it, though, is it isn't actually a cloud. Pink Cloud can get washed out of the air with water, especially rain, and it will collect on the top of those puddles like oil. You'll see it sitting on the top of water shimmering in pink blotches. Once the puddle dries, though, the pink cloud will start smoking out of the ground again, and you can see it soak right through whatever kind of protective clothing you're wearing. In fact, it might make it so that you can never take off that suit again. I knew about the pink cloud over Canterlot, but ponies down there aren't the only victims of it. During one horrible trip, I was flying and making a delivery to Winnie City, which is a really important place before the war. Just like Canterlot, it had lots of skyscrapers and towers, and a lot of those towers have a dock for airboats. When I flew between two of those skyscrapers, I heard this strange sound coming from above me. I turned and saw a small airship crashed into the side of a building. Most of the old skyscrapers had some kind of airship dock, but this one didn't look like it slowed down at all and crashed right into the side. Half of it was still hanging out. There was a faint pink dust covering the metal wreckage. It was splashed all over the walls, and luckily I was too scared to touch it. When I went far enough inside the ship, I saw half a stallion moaning. He looked like he had been pushing through a window and got stuck, but there was no window. The wall was fused into his body on all sides. He was now permanently attached to it and still alive. There were others just like him, stuck in the walls, ceiling, and floors, all of them mutated into pieces of the ship by the evil magic of the pink cloud. They didn't say anything. It had been years after the war, and maybe they'd gone crazy, but the way they were moaned was terrible. I flew away quickly and never looked back. I don't know what happened to them, but I am not going back to Winnie City. My point is, balefire radiation is horrible, but we're used to it and have more ways to deal with it. Taint and Pink Cloud are mysterious and horrific and can create more monsters than balefire. If you do get any of that stuff on you, take off all your clothes and armor quickly. Don't let a leg or body part touch anything else. There's a good chance it might fuse with it and you'll never be able to take it off. See a medical pony right away. The effects of exposure could be permanent, but I've heard some good news. A lot of doctors are experimenting with different ways to treat Taint and Pink Cloud. Mainly they seem to be with spells and weird medical concoctions. Luckily, these two hazards are still pretty rare, and let's hope it stays that way. Most important things in your daily life is something that most of you can't live without. Water. Water itself isn't too hard to find unless you're in a really dry, deserty region like I am. But the problem is finding water that is clean enough that it will be good for you, rather than having some kind of horrible side effect.
As a ghoul, this kind of thing isn't too important. Really, I just need water that doesn't look gross or taste weird. And taste doesn't really matter to me anymore. If you are a ghoul, you want to find water that tastes good. That's literally all it takes. Glowing water specifically is really good because, for us, the more radioactive, the better. Radiation used to taste like peaches to me. Still smells like peaches anyway. But most of you who need to read this book probably aren't ghouls. I learned early on that most of the ponies who came to buy things from me and didn't run away in fear usually asked about some kind of clean water. So I tried to figure out how I could make some. Even though I'm a ghoul now, when I was a normal mare before the war, I got food poisoning from eating at a donkey restaurant. Throwing up a lot when you don't have much food around can be really bad, especially when you just ate something. And you can also die. So, the first thing to think about is there aren't any parasites or germs in the water. Assuming you know how to make a campfire, not sure if I need to write a chapter for that. The best thing to do is to boil the water for at least 15 minutes. Once you're done with that, pour out a little bit of the water so that the nasty film on top goes away. Then when the water is cooled down enough, fill up your canteens or jugs. If you still aren't sure about it, you can add a few drops of bleach to your water. About 2 drops for every bottle should be enough to kill anything else that might be in there. Be sure to shake it well! The second thing you have to watch out for is radiation. Like bacteria, this can be hard to spot. The best thing is to have some sort of radiation detector so that you can measure things wherever you go. Balefire can be concentrated in all sorts of unusual places, and the big reason for that is because of water. Radiation or taint or pink cloud or anything else can wash into a water supply and collect in pools that you might otherwise want to drink from. While the last two are easier to see, taint being rainbow colored and pink cloud being pink, radiation can be invisible unless it is concentrated enough to glow. That's the easiest way to see if something is radioactive. It will glow usually a blue or green or some other color. If water is radiated enough, then it's glowing. Then you should avoid drinking it altogether. However, you can if you have some Radaway with you. Radaway comes in plastic bags or bottles. I've been told it looks and tastes like it's made of gross oranges. If you want to purify water with Radaway, here's a simple trick. Fill up your cooking pot with the glowing radioactive water and start pouring in the Radaway. Keep stirring the pot so the Radaway and water mix. Once the water stops glowing, then it's a really easy formula. 1 to 100. This means for every 1 thimble of Radaway, you can remove the radiation from 100 thimbles of water. And this works for any size. As long as the water isn't glowing, you can use, say, 1 gallon of Radaway to purify 100 gallons of water. That's assuming you have some kind of water tank for a whole town. But I'll talk more about that stuff later. Now, this is a little gross. But in the absolute worst case scenario, if you really need some kind of water for something, you can drink your pee. Obviously, this is only in a dire situation, a situation where literally every other source of water would be worse for you. If you don't have a pit buck or some kind of rad counter, you can follow the simple glow test. Do all other water sources glow brighter than your pee? If so, you might have to drink your pee. And of course, you can't do this forever. Not that you'd want to, hopefully. It is only a short-term solution until you can get someplace that actually has drinkable water, or someplace that you can set up camp and purify some water with the above tips.
Wasteland Survival Guide, so I need to make sure to cover some of the really important subjects, like not bleeding out. I think most ponies figured this out, but blood is really important. Ancient unicorns used to call all your veins and arteries the rivers of life. They even thought that the essence of magic itself was in blood. But that's as far as we've studied in my unicorn history class. The point is, unicorns were really obsessed with medicine and magic, so a lot of major medical treatments come from unicorns and usually involve magic. If you have a deep cut somewhere on one of your legs, the first thing you should do is tie a belt above the cut. That should slow down the bleeding enough that you can fix the cut itself. You want to find some kind of bandages, especially those enchanted healing bandages, to wrap up the wound. Depending on what kind of bleeding is happening is how you should decide what to do. If you just have a dribbling cut that's like dripping off your coat, then you can move on to the next step. But if the blood is shooting out in little squirts like one of those sparkle cola squirt guns, then that's bad. Those are the main rivers that blood flows through, coming directly from your heart. And you really want your heart to get that blood back. If this happens, you won't have a lot of time to think. You need to really act quickly because your head will feel woozy within seconds. If you can, you need to find something really, really hot and burn right where the blood is coming from, so that it will burn the cut closed. Assuming you've been in a gunfight, the end of your gun will be really hot from lots of shooting. That's a good thing to use. It's much better though if you have some kind of friend with you who can do it for you. You want to stop the bleeding no matter what. Then drink a magical potion of some kind. Maybe pour some on the wound too. Potions are a really great thing to have plenty of on hoof. But most of them take some time to work. There are some that you can just inject right into the wound and everything starts healing right away. Like magic. Because it is magic. But those are really hard to find, so you probably just have normal potions. All that matters is that you stop the bleeding. Then get to some kind of a doctor or medical pony right away so they can do the rest. It's always good to have some kind of medical pony in your team. It's even better if you have more than one, so that if your medic gets hurt, they have some pony who can fix them. If there's one medic pony, sometimes they can fix themselves. I once knew a medic pony who had to perform surgery on one of his own organs. It was so crazy. He had been hit in the belly hard by a manticore arm, so it was bruised and swollen. Luckily, he was smart enough to know that the trauma had ruptured his spleen, but unluckily, he knew what that meant. They were in the middle of the wasteland, between towns, and if he didn't do something fast, he would die. So he had to drink some vodka and use the only painkiller they had to numb the area and cut himself open. The young buck in their group immediately fainted when he started bleeding. But luckily his mare friend helped him by holding the light and the flap of his skin open while he sewed up his own spleen. Thank goodness he survived. But unless you think you can do that yourself, try to have more than one medic pony in your group. This chapter is probably going to go pretty early in the book, because there are a lot of things that can make you sick out here in the wasteland. I'm going to cut right to the information, assuming that you're reading this because you feel like you're about to die. First off, drink a healing potion if you have one, or inject yourself if it comes in needle form. If you think you've been bitten or stung by some animal and you think it's venomous, inject the poison at or above the site you've been bitten. For instance, if you get stung in the leg by a rad scorpion, inject the potion above the sting mark between it and your shoulder or flank. As part of their general healing properties, most potions can lessen the danger of a wide range of bites, stings, and poisons. As far as I understand, this works in a way that the potion immediately heals the areas that are being first attacked by the venom. Anyway, all that matters is it helps and buys you some time. Time being the biggest factor you need to consider. Considering you're sitting somewhere reading this book, you probably didn't die within a minute or two. That is going to happen with some creatures. The really big ones, like manticores, can kill you with one large sting. If you don't have a health potion or some other kind of preventative thing already in your system, you'll start having seizures and die pretty quickly. So, since you're reading this book, you probably have at least a few hours. You're conscious enough that you understand that you're poisoned and need help. The difference between the two is that venom is what happens when some animal stings or bites you. Poison is what happens if you eat some kind of weird plant or a creature that you probably shouldn't have. In general, venoms will kill you much faster than poison, so I'll cover the rest of that information first. Once you've taken whatever health potions you have, you want to stay calm. The most important thing is to keep your heart rate low to slow down the venom from spreading through your body as much as possible. You want to keep the place that got stung below your heart as much as possible. If you got stung or bitten on your leg, that's easy enough. If you've been bitten on your face or neck, however, lying down on your side with the bite wound down might be your best bet. You don't want to hang upside down because of the other more useful steps. Whatever happened to you, you want to head to a doctor right away. Any pony who knows about medicine, and especially someone who has a lot of potions, is going to be your best bet. Hopefully you have friends around you who can help you get somewhere. Describe to them exactly what happened so they can describe the plant or animal to the medical pony so that they can treat you if you pass out. In the case of some venoms, anti-allergy creams and other antihistamines can help delay the effects as well. Obviously, if you're bleeding or something, you want to stop the bleeding and clean the bite with an antiseptic or alcohol to kill any germs. However, as tempting as it might be, you don't want to drink any of that alcohol. The most important thing to help delay the effects of venoms or poisons is to stay hydrated. You want to drink as much water or other fluids as you can. Alcohol, while technically wet, will dehydrate you over time. Same goes with things like salt water. Even if it's a bit radioactive, drinking water will help while you're trying to get to a doctor. Another important thing with venomous bites is that you might start swelling around the area you've been bitten. So you want to take off any tight armor or bracelets that could slow your blood flow to that area. Although you might think it's a good idea, you actually don't want to apply a tourniquet or belt to cut off the blood to that area. It would only do more damage to that area, and it would be much better to drink water and let that help dilute the venom as much as possible through the rest of your body. Less damage overall. You also don't want to suck out the venom with your mouth. While it's another thing that sounds like a good idea, it doesn't help as much as you would hope. And if you end up accidentally swallowing some of the venom, it can be just as bad. Cleaning the wound is the best you can do. Once you've gotten to a doctor and explained everything to them, they will hopefully know the right combination of potions to help treat the bite or at least keep you alive while you heal on your own. In the case of poisons, you usually have more time to work with, at least 8 hours to a day. The first thing you want to do is, if you think you ate something poisonous, is throw up. Now, it's not something you want to keep doing because you're going to end up doing a lot of that anyway. The first time is to hopefully get out whatever you can that hasn't digested yet, but after that, it's probably too deep in your system. While your body reacts by vomiting all it can, it could actually do more harm than good. Just like venoms, you want to stay hydrated if you can. Hold down any water you can drink, or take fluids intravenously if you have the supplies. In the case of poisons, it's not so much about diluting the poison as it is staying hydrated. Once again, you want to stay calm and keep your heart rate as low as possible. Hopefully, you have some friends that can help you get to a doctor if you're in trouble. I'm really hoping that almost everyone reading this is not doing so out of panicked necessity, but rather because you stumbled on this book and want to read up on this before you're actually in danger. In that case, like so many others, one of the most important things to do before going out and exploring the wild, wild wasteland is friends. The more companions you have with you, the better you'll be able to help each other if something goes wrong. It's especially useful to have a pony with medical knowledge in your group as well. There are a lot of wild plants and natural remedies that can treat certain poisons and venomous stings, so having some pony who knows her stuff with you can really help a lot. And while we're talking about prevention, the most important thing to do about venoms and poisons is to not get stung or poisoned in the first place. In the case of stings or bites, the best thing you can do is wear a thick armor over most parts of your body. Leather armor is going to be able to protect you from small bites and stings, but harder plastic or metal armor works a lot better. The point is to cover up exposed skin as much as possible if you're going somewhere that might have venomous monsters. Most armor is designed to stop bullets, and that definitely is a bigger risk than animal stings, but you want to be aware of the possibility regardless. Ironically, because the radiation mutated everything and they started growing super big, it's a lot easier to see a threatening animal these days. With the poisons, you want to talk to ponies in and around the place that you want to go before going there. Make sure they're trustworthy too, and not just lying to use you as bait. Most likely, the towns around the area will be able to tell you what kind of creatures and dangers are out there. A good place to start is whoever sells food in the area. This works twofold, because they'll want to tell you every plant that's dangerous to encourage you to buy food from them. On the other hoof, whatever kinds of food they're selling is an indication of what is actually safe to eat around the area. So, if they tell you daffodils are poisonous, which they are, by the way, it's probably worth trusting them. Then if you see something like sunflowers on the market stand, there's a good chance you can find that plant in the wild and eat that too. Although it's worth noting whether or not a trader cooked something before selling it, so you know what to do too. Assuming you're somewhat new to the wasteland and you're discovering this guide, moving into an existing settlement or town would be a very good idea. If you have some kind of special skill that can help benefit that town in some way, show it off to those townsfolk. If there's some way you can help them by being nice or being good at making tools, the more likely they'll want to keep you around and tell you about the dangers that might be out there. So, think ahead and be aware of what kinds of plants and animals are around you. Because some animals might want to be your friend, but quite a few might want to make a meal out of you instead. Things that you will encounter in the wasteland even more than guns is chems, or rather drugs. These have been around for as long as I can remember. Even back before the war they were around. Although they were highly illegal or tightly controlled by hospitals, most drugs started out serving a medical purpose such as the painkiller Med-X. It was a go-to painkiller even years before the war. These days, though, many ponies have taken to using the painkiller in more recreational ways, as they would alcohol. Most drugs were introduced in Equestria by the zebras before the war. They used their vast amount of knowledge in the field of alchemy to lend their expertise to the field of medicine. Somewhere down the line, the more unscrupulous ponies and zebras put their expertise to use in creating drugs that alter and or enhance the user's physical or mental capabilities. These weren't just meant to help ponies and zebras, some of them weren't meant to help at all. The goal was making money. It is like this that drugs like Buck, Mentals, and the much more addictive derivative Party Time Mentals came into existence. If you are reading this book, then you have probably already encountered a few tins lying around in the ruins of the old world. When the war broke out, many new drugs were invented for mostly military application. Drugs like Dash and Rage were nearly standard issue near the end of the war. Worst of all is that drugs like Dash made it into the hooves of the public. It's for that reason you can quite literally find the stuff everywhere in old abandoned buildings. The most common drugs you will find in the Wasteland are by ascending order of addictiveness. Medix is a common medical drug used to treat pain and shock. It commonly comes in intravenous form. It tends to have the side effect of lethargy and drowsiness, and it can be addictive. Buck is an advanced anabolic steroid designed to briefly enhance the user's strength, reflexes, and endurance. Rage is a very powerful intravenous drug developed during the war to create more aggressive soldiers. As its name suggests, it can cause the user to enter a fit of rage while simultaneously dampening their mental functions. Dash is a powerful hallucinogenic stimulant that gives the user a slowed perception of time. While highly addictive and dangerous, it allows the user to think and act faster than they normally could. Menthols are mint-flavored drugs that are consumed orally. Menthols are a zebra substance that is designed to enhance the user's memory and mental clarity for a short time. Party time menthols are a special and highly addictive variety of menthols. They are used to dramatically increase mental function and charisma. Many drugs carry the risk of addiction, which is why they are so bad. There's this mare I knew, and she was very sweet. A Pegasus mare, a bounty hunter, and for the most part, she went after the likes of slavers and raiders that were harassing innocent ponies. And whilst escorting me to a town, we were ambushed by raiders, and the fight was too much for her and me to handle. In desperation, she resorted to taking a mixture of various combat drugs. Dash and Rage and Buck. She'd never used them before. Even though she got hurt badly, she won. It wasn't until she was better that things started to change. It started out as a craving she easily resisted, but after a week, it started with nervousness, shaking, watching her get back drenched in sweat from nothing more than scouting out the area around town. She grew agitated and snappy. She insisted that she was fine. Eventually, a few others and I had to restrain her and take her to another town to see a doctor. Drug addiction can be cured by professional medical ponies in a relatively short amount of time, but the patient must be restrained and forced through accelerated withdrawal symptoms while the substance is being flushed from their bodies. Even then, the mental cravings for the drug may remain there forever. Like a depression, a temptation, the need is always there. That is why I'm writing this chapter, to warn ponies away from these substances. There isn't a way for me to say this without sounding like one of those posters from before the war, but drugs are not worth it. They might give you an edge in combat, but they will kill you, slowly. That friend that I mentioned, she died. She relapsed not 3 days ago, and overdosed on Dash.
This wouldn't be much of a survival guide if I didn't have a chapter about this simple but important facet of survival. Finding food. Now, if you're somehow just finding out about the Wasteland now, first of all, I'm so sorry. I know it kind of sucks right now, but we're trying to fix it. Slowly. It's not gonna be so easy as just pick a few apples off a tree like it was in your stable or whatever. That option isn't gone completely. There's a lot of wild food still around. It's just going to be a lot harder to find. And it's going to be a lot harder to find wild plants that aren't so mutated they aren't edible anymore.
Sometimes your tummy gets the rumblies that you need to satisfy, so this chapter should be able to give you a few tips about where to look. In the old days, there were a lot more farms and a lot less radiation to keep those crops from growing, so food really wasn't much of a problem. These days though, the ponies who do farm only have so much they can grow. Even then, you can't entertain the idea of setting up a farm until you have a structured settlement where you can plant and protect a field of crops. However, old farms are a good place to start. While a lot of farmland got bombed during the war, there are a lot of areas on the edges of farmland that have usually become somewhat fertile again in the century since then. See, over time, groundwater will collect radiation and move it around. So while 1,000 acres of wheat might have gotten mostly burned up by megaspells, enough stalks possibly survive that you'll be able to find wild wheat on one side of the plot of land. That's because in general, groundwater moves in one direction towards a river or lake or low point. So whatever wheat is uphill will still get some water, but it will run down and collect radiation in a lake or river. Probably one good thing to mention is you don't want to just go swimming around in lakes or rivers, although occasionally that effect is reversed. There are some plants that have become basically cool plants where they really love radiation. Sometimes the rivers in those areas might actually be very clean because those plants will soak up the radiation like a filter and let the clean water flow downhill. So, if you're lucky enough to find fresh water like that, you should probably start bottling and selling it because you'll make a lot of money. Anyway, finding food in the old days, it was called hunter-gathering because you had to hunt for it and then gather it and then bring it back to your cave. As hard as that was, the really weird-looking prehistoric ponies that I learned about in school had to do that to survive before farming was even invented. Unfortunately, in those days, it didn't mean just hunting for fruit trees or carrots. Sometimes it meant literally hunting and killing animals to eat. While that may sound horrifying, ponies are capable of eating meat. In fact, those same prehistoric ponies in Miss Chalkwing's class actually hunted the species of really colorful bears to extinction. Now, you don't want to do that. If you're pretty sure that the animal you want to eat is rare or endangered, you really should leave it alone. It's in our best interest too, because you never know if an animal might have something very unique about them that could benefit us in the future. For instance, in Miss Chalkwing's biology class, we learned about a really cute lizard that produced a goo on its back that can help stop cancer. However, if you are desperate for food, and you're pretty sure the animal isn't endangered or it's attacking you, then it might be a good source of food. In those cases, you want to make sure to cook the meat very thoroughly over a fire to make sure any kind of weird diseases or anything it might have get fully cooked out of it. And try to use as much of the animal as possible. The skin could be used to make leather or fur armor to keep you warm, or things like that. You don't want it to have died in vain. Now, in both these cases of finding wild plants or animals, the most important thing to determine first is if the food is edible in the first place. Especially certain kinds of plants might look good to eat, but turn out to be poisonous. I'll cover that in another chapter. The quickest way to figure that out is if you see other ponies eating it. Unless, of course, they're eating it and not living much longer after that, then you might want to reconsider. But if you see that something is being gathered or hunted by others for food, then there's a good chance you might be able to as well. That is, of course, not including the creatures that can talk. Murdering and eating someone is not a good idea, as I explained in another chapter. It might take some time to figure out what other wastelanders around you are eating, so in the meantime, you'll want to look for one of the more dependable food sources in the wasteland, pre-war food. During the Great War, and especially after the megaspells were invented, every pony could see things were going to get really bad. So many companies started making food that wouldn't expire for a long time, that they could store in stables or other shelters. Because of this, you'll find a lot of packages of freeze-dried apples or pears or cereals or snack cakes, or mac and cheese, or cheesy poofs, or canned beans, or noodles, or sparkle bombs. There's actually quite a bit of these pre-war preserved foods still lying around. A lot of grocery stores have been empty over the years, but many ponies hoarded food during the war. A good place to start would just be bombed out or abandoned houses. More often than not, you'll find a cellar or basement with some boxes of food. The same is also true about old wagons and offices, where stashes of food would be hidden in a false bottom of a wagon, or in some pony's desk, or in the break room of an office building. And just like any other problems you might encounter in the wasteland, it's always better to have a friend with you. Even if they're another mouth to feed, there's someone else to help find food for both of you. And not only that, but they can help you out so much more in the long run. About all of you, but when I was a filly, I loved camping. Not that my parents took me out camping very often, not after the incident. Oh, it's not as dramatic as you think. I only set fire to some of the Everfree forest. Steve and Magnet put it out super fast and no pony got hurt. But after that, my parents didn't really take me out camping very often, so I just slept outside in the clouds and pretended I was camping. It was a lot of fun and even better than camping because the clouds were way softer than the ground. But these days, going out into the wilderness and roughing it in the forest isn't really a treat for foals. It's everyday life, which is a problem because if the cold or the rain doesn't freeze your butt off and possibly kill you, then the nasty monsters and raiders definitely will. And that's why I'm going to teach you how to build a shelter, one that looks, from a distance, like a big pile of trees and wood. You should probably only try building the shelter near other trees. It might look a little odd to have a pony house-sized pile of leaves in the middle of the desert. Where would you even get all of those materials in the desert? Are you carrying them around with you? Wow, you must be super strong! You're probably going to say, Ditsy, we can't sacrifice the time it takes to build these shelters. It already takes forever to travel from point to point. It just takes too long. To that I say, if you don't look after your body and your mind properly, then one day, in a few years, you're not going to make it to your destination. Because you'll be dead. Which means you can read my super secret chapter at the back of the Wasteland Survival Guide that only can be read by ghosties who dismiss what I wrote about. It's basically just a page saying, I told you so. Also, I blow another raspberry at you because I'm still immature. Alright, now, this first part is really important, and it's something almost every pony forgets. Even if you're not going to build the rest of your shelter, you have to build a frame to sleep on. It's so important you get your body elevated, or the earth is going to suck all of the heat from your body. To do that, you have to build a U-sized rectangle of wood to sleep on. Try tying them up with rope to hold them all together. Then you need to lay some cross beams around the middle. These are going to support your body when you lie on them later. Otherwise, your whole body's going to fall through the frame and ruin your good night's sleep. Next up, we have to build your mattress. You start by laying some sticks down the length of your frame, and finish by getting as many of the biggest, driest leaves you can find and laying them down on the frame until your bed is super springy and comfy. A comfortable bed is super important when you're traveling in the wasteland, especially if you've got companions with you. Firstly, no pony wants to travel with a grouchy butt who didn't get a good night's sleep. Secondly, you don't want to do any damage to your body by sleeping on something uncomfortable. At first, you might think you're tough in a bad situation, but years of sleeping improperly can warp and damage your body until you're no use to anyone, let alone yourself. And besides, who doesn't want to be comfy? Now for your shelter. We're going to build it using the framework of your bed. So I hope you secured it using the awesome knots I taught you about in the other chapter. If you didn't, then your shelter might just fall apart. Your shelter is going to look like a half dome above your bed, so keep that shape in mind. If you've built a trapezoid, then you've done it wrong. I mean, unless it still keeps you warm, safe, and hidden? In which case you've done it right, just different. Anyway, you're going to need to find some super bendy branches if you can, and lay them next to your bed. The first branch that you're going to want to use has to be way longer than the frame of your bed. If you can't find one that long, then that's okay. Just take 2 of your other branches and lash them together with rope. Then, you put one end of the stick at the head of your bed and secure it tightly. Do the same with the other end of the stick at the hooves of your bed. You'll notice that the middle of the stick is now bending in a big U shape above your bed. Well done! That's the start of your shelter's frame. Now, you need to make at least 3 more U's above your bed, making sure that each frame is just a little bit smaller than the last, so your frame sort of slopes downward to one side. Remember, we're looking for a half dome shape for this shelter. Once you have your 3 U-frames, you'll notice that they're maybe not staying up properly. They're leaning slightly to the sides, maybe leaning against each other, so you should try to make some braces or crossbeams. You lash those to the side of your bed on the side closest to the smallest U-frame. Then you let them run up across to the tallest U-frame. Make sure you tie the crossbeams to the frames tightly and voila! Now you have a dome frame. Unless it's a trapezoid frame. Now, you need to cover up your frame with whatever's going to keep your shelter warm and safe from the elements. You can just lay branches from trees over it if you want, or if you're short on time, but I'd recommend making a camouflage sheet when you're next in town. Paint it with the colors of the wilderness, and when you're about to enter, attach leaves and sticks so that from a distance, it blends into the background. That way, in the dark, most ponies won't even notice you. And with that, you've successfully created your own shelter. Now, the first few times you do this won't be short, and you might grow frustrated and give up, or decide it isn't even worth your time and effort. But don't give up. In the Wasteland, we can never give up. You'll get better at this as you practice it, and one day, if not every day, it might just save your life. That has become essential to walking around in the equestrian wasteland is armor. Armor, like other types of clothing, is something that you wear when you don't want to walk around naked all day. Which is sad, because we used to be able to walk around naked all the time. It's more than just hiding your embarrassment, though. Armor is about wearing the right thing to protect you for the right situation. Which is why you should think carefully about what kind of armor you want to wear, depending on what you want to do or where you're going. The most common type of armor you'll see is leather armor. Now, while there is some artificial leather out there that was made before the war, most of what you'll come across is genuine leather. That means it comes from some kind of animal. Some of you may be horrified by that, and that is completely understandable. In most cases, though, the leather is some kind of monster that was attacking someone. Manticores, hydras, radgators, other giant monsters that are the most common type of leather you'll find stitched into armor. This is because all of those monsters are really big. So when it does get killed somehow, they make a lot of leather. I've even heard of some ponies making leather out of dragon skin. But that is super rare because dragons are super rare and also super hard to kill. There are a lot of raiders and similar groups out there though, so it is worth noting that you may find leather that is made out of griffins, zebras, or ponies. The reason many choose to make armor out of leather is that it has a lot of benefits while being relatively light. Leather armor is like wearing a second skin, so if you take a tumble down a hill or have to climb through some broken wreckage,
The armor will take all of the scrapes and scratches rather than you. That way, you won't have to cut yourself on some metal and need a tetanus shot. Leather armor is also very good at absorbing energy. The most obvious example is that you could take quite a few shots from a laser rifle or plasma rifle before burning through. However, it's also very useful for fire. If someone shoots you with the flamethrower or you need to gallop through a place that is on fire, the leather armor will help you out a lot. That's one thing that sets it apart from things like wool, cotton, or synthetic fibers. They can all burn or melt very easily. In the case of synthetic fibers, it can actually melt onto your skin and make things worse. Leather will also protect you somewhat well against shrapnel from something that exploded or glancing blows from things like swords. It can't do much against a direct puncture though, like from a spear, knife, or bullet. If you're expecting to be shot at or stabbed or bitten by a monster with large teeth, you might want to consider metal armor instead. Metal armor is great at deflecting and stopping bullets, but it does come at the cost of being heavier. So hopefully you have a strong back if you want to run around wearing an inch of plate steel. Steel is the most common type of metal armor you'll find, because there's tons of it lying around. Most buildings built within 200 years before the Great War had steel framework inside them. Most of those buildings are now blown to pieces, so there's a lot of strong, high-quality steel to salvage, melt down, and shape into whatever you might need. There are things like bronze and aluminum, which make for lighter metal armor, but are easier to tear through. On the opposite side of the spectrum, there are things like lead or titanium. Of course, the best kind of metal armor you could wear is power armor. Power armor is more than just steel plates weighing you down, it's basically a robot. More specifically, it's like a robotic outer shell that you can step inside, which will then close around you. They are very heavy though. Like, I tried picking up the Steel Ranger Mare and barely got an inch off the ground before I gave up. Luckily, it doesn't matter because power armor can drive itself using a spark battery, so it won't feel heavy to the user at all. In fact, you'll be able to run almost as fast as normal with no extra effort. Power armor also have built-in battle saddles in case you're a fan of using really big guns. They have all the advantages of metal armor and leather and plastics and other stuff because they're made of a bunch of different pieces and layers. The drawback to them, however, is that they need a spark battery to work. So if your spark battery dies, you're not going to be moving that thing anyplace. So that's worth noting. Oh, and also they're super rare. For the most part, the only ponies that wear them are Steel Ranger groups. So if you really want a set of power armor, you probably have to join one of those groups if you can. Of course, you might just end up finding a dead one too. Someone traded me a suit of power armor once when he was buying other goods and claimed that he found it on some dead buck that had been laying there for a long time. Like, there was nothing but bones inside. I sort of believed him because the armor did have this thick layer of grime on the outside like it had been sitting in the mud or something for a while. I also found that if you focus really hard on the visor, you're able to see out of it properly. If you have a lazy eye or something, it might be hard to wear the helmet. Most sets of armor don't have slots for wings, and I much prefer flying to busting holes into walls with a robosuit. There are other types of armor out there, some made of plastic or polymers, and some even with enchanted spells. Really, just like trying out a new gun you haven't used before, it might be worth trying out armor you aren't familiar with. And by try, I mean put the armor on a mannequin before shooting it or setting it on fire. It's all about being safe. You might be surprised by what you find. Some armor made by other creatures can be quite unique as well. I know griffins have developed their own types and styles over the years that work for them. Another thing to remember is make sure you're comfortable wearing it. If you pick something so bulky that it's hard to move around in, or too heavy, or pinches in weird places, then try to find something else. It wouldn't do you any good if your armor distracted you from a gunfight or slowed you down from making an escape. As I mentioned before in the clothing chapter, don't be afraid to personalize it. Let your personality shine through with your own style.
Now that you've reached the chapter that I'm sure most of you will want to turn to first, this chapter is all about guns. What they're best at, where to find them, and how to keep them working so they can keep you working. This chapter is specifically about classical ballistic firearms. So, I'm not talking about crossbows or magical energy weapons. I'm talking about guns that use standard ammo. But I'll talk about the ammo itself in another chapter. One thing that is sad is that most of you are probably already familiar with guns. If you're reading this book, you've probably used them to stay alive. It's a sad change from when I was a filly. Even into marehood, there were almost no guns around anywhere. They had never been mass-produced because we hadn't needed them. The princesses and ministry mares protected us, and even then, we never had big wars. Just some small invasions or bad guys we had to fight off, but the Great War changed everything, as you can see around you. It was probably sometime after the Little Horn Massacre that guns started being mass-produced for the military and public. Companies like Ironshod Firearms and Lockstep Armory began building them quickly because everyone felt like they needed one. And in too many ways, they were right. Not every gun was legal for normal families to own, but that didn't stop them from getting what they could. So, if you're looking to find another gun, a good place to start is old houses. Most families kept at least one gun hidden somewhere just in case the war came to their town. Same goes for office buildings. Look for a safe or check under a rug, look in file cabinets or in the back of a desk. Most likely you'll find something stashed with a bunch of ammo that goes with it. That's another thing to be mindful of. You need to be really careful that the ammo you have fits the gun that you are using. Somewhere on the gun, usually around the mouth grip or trigger, you'll see a little engraving with the serial number, the company that made the gun, and what kind of ammo it takes. Then, the ammo should say what size it is on the bottom somewhere, usually where the firing pin hits the cartridge. You must be very careful that you don't use the wrong sizes, because that can cause jams, that could get you hurt in a firefight, or it could cause the gun to blow up in your face. Most of these guns are hundreds of years old, so you need to be careful. They aren't in the best condition. However, even if they aren't perfect, there are ways you can make them better than perfect. You see, firearms are very simple machines. They're basically a metal tube with a small set of parts at the end that strike a bullet when you pull a trigger. So, it is very easy to break down one gun, even if it's a little different, and use it to fix your own. Most firearms you'll come across probably have become modded or repaired like this somehow. Especially if you're more of a wasteland wanderer, you'll want to break down the weaker guns so you can have a small set of really good guns. You don't want to be over-encumbered and have to crawl. A good approach is to make sure you have a few guns to cover almost any situation. Some kind of shotgun always comes in handy. They are simple, reliable, and you can use one to get your way out of a crowd of feral ghouls or shoot your way through a door. It's also a good idea to have a pistol of some kind. They are so small and easy to keep in a bag that it would be silly not to have at least one. They can be a great backup weapon, or, depending on the pistol, could be quite powerful by itself. Then, finally, you should always have some kind of rifle for long-range encounters. Most of the long-range rifles you will see will be able to shoot over a decent range, so you can take care of enemies from afar without them coming too close. I think medium range works best with some kind of small scope if you can find one. There are sniper rifles that have a big scope with a really long barrel, but unless you're good at using them, they can slow you down. Plus, not all medium-range rifles need a battle saddle. Some of them have a neck yoke so the rifle can balance on your shoulders while you pick it up in a mouth grip like a pistol. If you do find a battle saddle, however, you can use it for some much bigger guns. Many heavy machine guns attach to battle saddles because you can put a large green ammo container right there next to it. Same goes for grenade launchers, rockets, energy weapons, and a bunch of other things that would classify you as the heavy weapons Mare in your group. Some of these bigger guns are going to be harder to find. Most of them were illegal for equestrians to own, and they were too big and bulky to hide inside a desk. Although, one time, I did find a missile launcher in one of those tall sports lockers. That was a good day. If you do want something like that to add to your arsenal, you will want to look around old military stuff. If you see a downed airship or military train or army base, or even a police station, you'll probably find what you're looking for. Also, they might be harder to see, but there were Royal Guard depots placed all over the kingdom, mostly along big roads and highways. These depots are basically warehouses full of weapons and ammo. They can be hard to see though, most of them blend in with the buildings around them, but that's all in the fun of scavenging. Other places to look are old government buildings, like a ministry building or a bank or a royal mint. Most of them have soldiers guarding them at the end of the war, so there will be a room somewhere where those soldiers kept their weapons. And of course, if you're lucky enough, you can go right to the source. All these guns came from somewhere, and those somewheres are factories. Ironshod Firearms, Colton Fieldy Arsenal, Lockstep Armory, Griffinstone Foundry. There were lots of companies that made guns during the war, so if you find one of their factories, you'll have quite a selection to pick from. You have to be careful though, most of them are heavily guarded by robots that are still working and still able to shoot you. Or, even if there aren't robots, some of the factories have been reclaimed by raiders or potentially dangerous ponies. No matter what weapon you use, the best thing you can do is get familiar with them. Understand how they feel, see if the bullet pulls a little to the left or right, get used to the recoil, really take a look at their piece and inner workings, so you know how to unjam them in a battle or replace them with other parts. All this practice will help your aim and make sure that you can defend yourself, your friends, and your family from whatever might try to hurt you. So, stay safe, and don't forget, you can always stop by absolutely everything for all your defensive needs. I covered the basics of guns in an earlier chapter, but guns really are only tools. They are simple machines made of metal and wood. The reason they are weapons is because of ammunition and the advent of ballistic projectiles. First, a little bit of history. Before the Great War, guns actually weren't all that common. They were a fairly recent invention inspired by the discoveries of a lot of different civilizations. In Equestria, Earth ponies have always been really good at mining and farming, and technology related to building things with their hooves. This was because they didn't have magic like unicorns or wings like Pegasi, so they had more problems to solve to put them on an even playing field. One of those problems was fire. They couldn't magically create a spark or use a small thundercloud, so they had to find different rocks that could create fire when struck together. They had to be clever, and it paid off for all of us down the road. When war broke out against the zebras, it was the same Earth pony ingenuity that led to the mass development of gunpowder. This gunpowder was made up of 3 different kinds of rocks ground together into a powder. These rocks, sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter, could be mixed in many different ways to create different kinds of gunpowder. Some mixes have more power behind them, while others go faster to cover longer distance. Now, I'm not sure how many of you would be able to find an ammo press out there to actually make some yourselves, but if you do, one of the most common mixes is 75% saltpeter, 15% charcoal, and 10% sulfur. You can mix them and load them into a metal shell, which is then topped off with the bullet itself. Oh, and at the very bottom, in the middle of the bullet, there needs to be a primer. The firing pin of the gun hits that to make the bullet fire. Again, if you are somehow making the primer by yourself, they are basically like a nut. You can wrap a small piece of flint inside of a thin metal shell. When the firing pin strikes it, it will be like crushing a nut with a hammer. Is that how everyone eats nuts? 'Cause that's how I used to eat them. Just put them on the table and smash. Most likely, if you find an ammo press somewhere, you'll have a storage room full of components that you just have to put together. In most cases, you'll just have to find already finished ammo lying about somewhere. Just like with guns, you will find ammo stored in houses and office buildings. But you can find it almost anywhere. The war got really crazy, so every pony was armed to the teeth. An important thing to remember is to make sure that the ammo matches the gun you're using. It should say on both of them what size they are, such as 12 gauge, 50 caliber, 44 Magnum, 308, 30-06, and 2-inch Royal. These were all very common during the war and went to a variety of guns. One of the best kinds of ammo, in my opinion, is a 12 gauge. There are other guns such as 20 or even 2, but 12 gauge is the most common kind of ammo for shotguns. And because of how common shotguns are, you can find so much 12 gauge ammo. The great thing about them, though, isn't how common they are. A lot of different bullets are common, but 12 gauge or any shotgun shells are really easy to modify. You can open up the end of the shell and pour out the little metal balls, called buckshot, and replace them with whatever you want. You can make dragon's breath shells that shoot out a fireball along with a buckshot, or you can make fletchets which fire sharp metal rods that are good for piercing through things. Then, there are bolo rounds which fire 2 metal balls with sharp steel wire between them. You can use them to cut down trees, or legs! Or you can find high-density slugs made from things like titanium, lead, or tungsten that can shoot through armor or blow through walls. Many of these were invented and made during the Great War, but are easily duplicated today. Some of the ones that are harder to make now are those like the EM rounds. EM stands for electromagnetic, which is just a fancy way of saying kills robots. So, if you know you are going to fight a lot of those clockwork baddies out there, try and find yourself some EM rounds. There are some guns out there that can fire all sorts of ammo, so you don't even need a ballistic cartridge. For those that like simplicity and stealth, you can get yourself, or make, a crossbow. It's a small bow and arrow that you can hold in your mouth like a pistol. They fire these little rods that are sharpened on one end. What's great though, is that most crossbows can also fire railroad spikes. These are usually only a little bigger than your standard crossbow bolt. And you can find many of them everywhere. So many tracks were laid before and during the war that you would probably never run out of ammo. No matter what you use though, you need to be careful to conserve ammo as much as you can. Not necessarily because we'll run out of ammo in the Wasteland, but because you don't want to run out when you're in the middle of a firefight. If that happens, you may need to switch to a melee weapon or something else, but I'll cover those in another chapter. So, always stay stocked up on ammo you might need for the guns you use, because a weapon is nothing without the ammo it fires. Also, without going into further detail, do not look down the barrel of a gun ever. If there could be a bullet in there, oh, even if you're a ghoul that can grow her cheek back, it's very dangerous and just not a good idea. Now, I realize it might be a bit weird talking about these after I wrote a chapter about energy weapons, but I do have a reason. Even though melee weapons are way more common than energy weapons, a lot less ponies know how to use them effectively. I mentioned earlier about how guns were the great equalizer. It brought all sorts of creatures down to the same level in a general sense. Melee weapons are a bit different. When I say melee weapons, I mean any kind of weapon that does not require ammunition and is generally used to swing or stab ponies. All of that means that melee weapons are not a great equalizer. They are a way to augment your own strengths to make them an even greater strength. So, in Pegasi terms, melee weapons would be a device that makes it so that not only you can fly faster, but you can do a sonic rain boom all the time. But that analogy is probably not too relatable. Let's talk about swords, for instance. A lot of the really important officers during the Great War had a sword at their side. They were ceremonial, but they could be very useful depending on the pony using the sword and what their specialties were. Earth ponies and other physically strong creatures like buffalo use swords as an extension of their brute strength. Instead of bucking someone or headbutting them, they could run right past them and slice their head off with the blade extending from their mouth. I know it sounds horrible, but it was, well, effective. Other times, they could aim lower and damage a leg or two. For other creatures, brute strength wasn't their best option. For instance, almost all unicorns can make things float with their magic, so they don't have to hold things in their mouths. So unicorns' approach to swordplay and other melee weapons is more about technique than brute force. They will often use a sword to target specific points on the body, like arteries to make them bleed out, or tendons that could cripple a limb. Pegasi have developed a wide variety of wing-based weapons over the years. Some of them would attach little knives to the ends of their feathers that can be very sharp. Sometimes they could use knives to slash things as they flew by, and other times they could flap their wings hard, sending the knives shooting down like an arrow. So with melee weapons, it really is about how you use it and how good you are with it. It's a big advantage to be skilled in some kind of mixed martial art as well, like Kung Fili. All of these martial arts make you better at using your special skills in the best way. You might be able to jump higher, or roll better, or have more endurance when fighting hoof to hoof. There are a lot of simple melee weapons that almost anyone can benefit using. As long as you have decent leg strength, you can use those horseshoes that extend the blade out at the end. They can be very deadly while bucking someone. Just be careful not to spring them while you are galloping. I saw one pony tumble down a hill after doing that, and it left him with quite a few cuts. Another great brute strength kind of weapon is a sledgehammer. Before the war, these were used to break concrete or other things for construction, but they work really well at breaking lots of different things. Some ponies have attached small rockets to the end of the hammers, so that when they trigger the mouth grip, the rocket adds extra speed to their swing. It might sound a bit silly, but you'd feel differently being on the business end of that swing. If you have a really strong buck, you might also enjoy wearing a thumper. At least, that's what I like to call them. Thumpers are these helmets you can wear in which someone has put some kind of weapon on the forehead. For unicorns, I've seen versions where there is a knife attachment around the horn guard. For others, I've seen these electrified battery packs placed there so that you can tase someone. Then the helmet I first saw, which gave me the idea to call them thumpers, had a flat piece of tank armor welded to it. So a headbutt to someone right between the eyes wouldn't just knock them out for a few hours, but probably for good. Now, a chainsaw, like many melee weapons, can be a great tool to have in your settlement to do other things as well. You can use it to cut up pieces of old houses, like wooden crossbeams, to build new things for your friends and family. However, you can also use it to cut your way through a horde of monsters too. There's a smaller mouth grip chainsaw called a ripper, then a much larger one attached to a harness called a mauler. Both of these are very good at cutting through whatever you feel like cutting through. Just be aware that you might need some oil or a spark battery to power them.
Remember, melee weapons are great tools to keep you safe as well as useful at other things. The important thing to remember is to know what kind of weapon you're best at using. If you're a bit of a pipsqueak, then maybe you shouldn't use a sledgehammer. If you don't have the best coordination like me, you probably don't want to use a precision weapon like a sword. You might accidentally stab yourself 12 times. And, like with everything else, practice and become familiar with your melee weapon so that you can put it to good work. In other chapters, I talked about how you can survive using normal ballistic guns and ammunition. These weapons are great because almost anyone can use them. I say anyone because they aren't just limited to any pony. Even though a lot of those inventions like gunpowder and rifling had been an Earth Pony influence, so many other creatures could use them. Earth Pony technology was always the great equalizer, bringing the unicorns and Pegasi down to their playing field. And, by extension, many other creatures as well. Zebras, buffalo, yaks, giraffe, they were all put on an equal ground when a gun is involved. But while the Earth Pony spirit of inventiveness is very liberating, and many other creatures during the war developed technologies that mostly only benefited themselves, this was especially true for Pegasi and unicorns. While the Earth Ponies were mass-producing millions of guns and billions of ammo cartridges, the unicorns and Pegasi were working on their own kinds of weapons. They all loosely fall under the category of energy weapons. Energy weapons do not fire some kind of solid metal bullet, but instead fire a laser beam, or some kind of goopy plasma. These weapons are generally much harder to find because they were not mass-produced to the extent that normal guns were. Most of these were made for specialized military units during the war to serve specific purposes, or they were part of some kind of superweapon, like a gun as big as a building. Energy weapons normally work off a battery of some kind. They are charged with magical energy that is stored in a crystal solution inside of the battery. These batteries are as hard to find as the weapons themselves, so if you do happen to find any, you want to use them carefully. In practical terms, these energy weapons aren't too different from normal guns. The bigger the laser, the more armor it can shoot through, just like a bullet. There are a few benefits to energy weapons though. The guns themselves are usually lighter because they don't have to be made of heavy metal parts to contain kinetic forces. They just have to shoot the laser beam, or superheated glob of plasma. That plasma is usually the liquid crystal of the battery itself. It gets superheated inside of the gun with magnets and magic. Then it shoots out these glowing green streaks. Plasma is different than normal bullets because if it hits you, it can cause a searing burn that will keep burning if you let it just sit there. So, if you are hit with plasma, wash the area with water right away. When you see the last of the glow leak off, you should be okay. Well, except for a horrible burn. Trust me, I know a thing or two about burns, and they can do a number on you. Even though it sounds like lasers and plasmas are totally different, I include them together because they are actually very similar in a lot of ways. And because they are rare and mostly a bit different or specialized. Even after 200 years, I still come across a unique energy weapon that I haven't seen before. You can tell a lot of these differences by what color the laser or plasma is. Some lasers are stronger than others. Some lasers have a stronger EM robot-killing field to them. Some lasers are beams that you can keep firing and slice a hellhound's limbs off, whereas others are just a normal zap. Some kinds of plasma are so potent that when you shoot something, it turns into a pile of goo. I was so freaked out the first time I saw that. This raider was shot in the side, and the bright green plasma looked like it swallowed him up until he was just a pile of green goo on the ground. Energy weapons can be very strong. Once I saw a fight in the distance, where a figure up in the building was shooting at something on the ground. He had this big silver-looking gun on his side, maybe on a battle saddle. When it shot, it fired a bright green orb of energy. It didn't quite look like plasma because all of it stayed together inside of a ball instead of streaking. But that orb had all of these lightning bolts around it, and when it hit the ground, and whatever he was shooting at, it exploded like a missile. If you do have some kind of energy weapon, you need to be careful. The shells of the batteries are usually pretty tough, but if you see one that is cracked and especially leaking, you should get rid of it. Both of those signs mean that it could potentially explode when you plug it into a gun and try to use it. The weapon will heat up the battery and the liquid crystal could boil you instead of the monster you're shooting at. You should also be smart about what you use your energy weapon for. In my experience, they are really good against robots. However, they are also not quite as good against ghouls or some other monsters. So for them, you might want to just stick to normal guns. So just like with normal guns, you'll understand your unique energy weapon better as you keep using it. You might even discover a hidden property, like the laser being able to shoot through magical force fields. You never know what kind of effect it might have, so don't be afraid to try.
Chapters about weapons, but I guess that makes sense because really, a weapon is what you're going to need to survive in the wasteland. Almost everyone, not just every pony, should carry a gun. Unless you're some kind of super powerful unicorn sorceress that can kill ponies with your mind, you're going to want something to keep the bad guys away. In other chapters, I've just talked about normal guns, melee weapons, and energy weapons, alluding to some of the more powerful versions of each. But there are some of you out there who want a little bit more power even still. So this is my guide to using really big, really neat weapons. Almost all big guns will need to be attached to some kind of battle saddle. However, if you're lucky enough to have a set of power armor, they can probably connect there too. Big guns are almost always unique in one way or another because they're almost as hard to find as energy weapons. Some of the more common ones you'll see are the ones that were assigned to a military unit during the Great War. The first one, and I should emphasize that it got the name during the war because it's called the Zebra Graveyard. What it actually is a kind of a grenade launcher. It has a special belt-fed drum that attaches to either side of the saddle, so you can launch up to 24 grenades before reloading. Most of these weapons will fall into the category of kill lots of things very quickly. There are other grenade launchers out there, but the Zebra Graveyard is by far the best one I've seen. I once saw a Steel Ranger blow a dozen raiders to pieces inside of an old house. She blew the house to pieces too. The problem with grenade launchers, though, is that you have to be smart the way you aim them. They're like throwing a hoofball. You need to arc it into the air to cover long distance. Rockets and missile launchers are better. You can aim them and the rocket or missile will keep sailing in the same direction until it explodes. There are even some missile launchers that can track targets on the ground with a heat-seeking spell or something. Most of those I've only seen from Steel Rangers though, so it might be a power armor thing. If you feel like something that has more quantity over quality, like a machine gun that shoots 1,000 bullets a minute, then you want a minigun. Now, these are really fun because they're not mini at all. Every minigun I've seen has been bigger than I am, and I'm not exactly a short little mare. If you do find yourself a minigun, you will most likely need a spark battery to help power it also. The battery will last for a long time. If one is already in there, you're probably fine. It's necessary though, because you need to start turning its 6 big barrels on the gun before it will actually start shooting. There are some versions I've seen with only 3 barrels, which are a bit lighter, but there's a difference between 50 and 45 pounds, so
lighter is a bit relative. If that's still not light enough for you though, I saw a very special version a long time ago. I called it the mini gun, because not only was the gun actually smaller, but there were 2 of them. So this pony had a turning set of 6 barrels on each side of the battle saddle, and it still shot as fast and as deadly as a normal one. It might have used smaller ammo though, I didn't get close enough to look. It was sort of shooting at me at the time. It was super cute though, with the 2 little mini guns on each side. I'm sure you could have a battle saddle with just one of them. It would definitely be lighter, so happy hunting if you want one. Another big gun that pops up every once in a while is a flamethrower. Some of them were also called incinerators or napalmers. These are mostly only minor differences though, like one shoots balls of fire while the other shoots a stream of it. They all basically do the same thing, burn stuff. These can actually be very useful, because they can also be a great tool for starting campfires or burning garbage that you don't want in your settlement. They can also use the hot end of the nozzle to seal up any wounds that you can't stop bleeding. As far as big guns go, they are something very great to have, and they are great for making a big group of enemies scatter. Once you're on fire, you kind of forget about whatever else you were doing and try to stop being on fire. That can give you a chance to escape while your enemies are busy with the burning. Many of these big guns can also be placed on tripod mounts, so you set them up on the edge of your settlement and only use them when you need them. This can be really useful if you have some kind of walls around your village or only one door. When you have a guard on the tower next to the door with a big gun right in front of her, it will be much easier to protect your home that way. The hardest thing about weapons like this is actually finding the things. Like I mentioned in the normal guns chapter, these are not things you'll find stashed in the average house or office building. However, you could get lucky and find something. It's been a long time since the war, and ponies have moved stuff around quite a bit since then. Your best bet is to look around old military stuff, or pull it off of an enemy you somehow defeated. Some different stores and caravan traders might have a big gun or 2. I usually have a few in stock here at absolutely everything, but that really all depends. If you do get your hooves on one, be very mindful how much ammo you have and what you want to use the gun for. You don't know when you'll come across another box of missiles or minigun ammo belts or flamethrower fuel. If you're really lucky, you might stumble on a Balefire egg launcher. I call it a BEL for short. If you know a little bit about history, Balefire bombs are what were used to destroy the world at the end of the Great War. Most ponies only think of them as really massive tubes that were about the size of a manticore. The difference is that those really big tubes were generally called megaspells. They could magically amplify all sorts of great or terrible things. So, as it happens that many of them had these things called Balefire eggs inside of them, these Balefire eggs were enchanted gems that usually glowed bright green. Once the spell was triggered, they would leave dust from the original gem all over the place. Even though an egg was only the size of a pony's head, once they exploded, they ended up tinier than sand. These little bits of dust were still enchanted. The Balefire radiation they gave off does all sorts of things, mostly bad. But in the case of some ghouls like me, we were also kept alive somehow because of it. So, I guess I can't complain too much. Anyway, not every Balefire egg was put inside of some kind of mega spell bomb. Many of them could be placed directly into these big tubes that shot out like a grenade launcher. You want to be very far away from them when they do go off though, because the explosion is pretty big and that area becomes super radioactive for a while. The Equestrian army used these bells as an area denial weapon. That means if the zebras did really well in one particular battle, the army would launch a few Balefire eggs into the area so that you couldn't stay there or do anything with it. It worked really well, but the zebras had Balefire eggs too, so basically the same thing happened on both sides. But you know what they say, all's fair in love and war. So give your special son pony a kiss and nuke some raiders. we start, I can't take full credit for this chapter. Without the help of my friend, who wants to remain anonymous, this chapter wouldn't exist. She helped me write some of the more technical aspects, leaving me a bunch of notes on the subject too. So if you see a scary mare covered in bombs and armor, say hi for me. So, to start, what is a landmine? Landmines, colloquially known as mines, are a class of explosive weapons that are originally used as defensive weapons during the war. Put a bunch of them down somewhere, and when somebody walks by, kaboom! Uniquely, landmines weren't originally designed to kill their victims. Instead, they were supposed to cripple and maim their targets, forcing their friends to drag them away and use a bunch of resources nursing them back to health. They're really, really cruel weapons, even compared to a lot of nasty stuff from the war. These days, they're mostly used as perimeter defenses or as traps. Blowing off a pony's legs might as well kill them these days if it doesn't actually kill them, so please be careful. My friend weighed in for this next part. This is mostly directly from her, so if some of it doesn't make sense or you want to know more, you should look for a copy of The Big Book of Boom. It's an old world book about explosives and how not to get exploded yourself. In detail, a landmine consists of a stable explosive charge contained in a durable shell with a fuse and trigger mechanism. Once activated by twisting a primer knob to the right on military models, the mine gets ready to explode. When something activates the trigger, it'll set off the fuse and blow up less than a second later. The shell and charge differ based on the purpose of the mine, but the trigger and fuse are pretty much standardized for military models. When it comes to a hoof-made explosive, anything goes, so keep an eye out. The most common landmine is a fragmentation mine. This is a TNT explosive encased in a camouflage painted steel shell designed to fragment when it explodes, spraying the area with shrapnel. Usually a dull gray or rusty color, they can be easily recognized by the orange bulb of the Arcanotech sensor module on the top and the high-pitched beep 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 noise just before the boom. As with all other military mines, the Arcanotech sensor module is tuned to biological signatures and backed up by a fast trigger motion sensor module. When a living creature of sufficient size or anything big and fast enough gets close, it explodes. It's the trigger you should pay most attention to, until you mess up and get the charge's attention. The Arcanotech trigger is chosen for a few reasons. The big ones being that they're harder to fool and they'll basically last forever. The intentional weakness and your prayer's answer is the built-in failsafe. Apparently enough Equestrian soldiers lost their eyebrows and legs, enough to get the Ministry of Wartime technology to step in. They changed Equestria's original design to one with an intentional flaw. The motion sensor is given a much larger tolerance for motion, and the Arcanotech sensor has a short timer included in the blueprints. So if any pony moves just right, they can stop the motion sensor from triggering, which gives you up to 5 seconds before the Arcanotech one notices you and blows you to the moon. It isn't much, but it's enough to get away or disarm it. The crab walk is pretty embarrassing, but it's better than decorating the scenery with your entrails. Another quirk of the design is that you basically use them as an exploding frisbee, since the motion trigger doesn't activate until it hits something. That's about all she left me with before she wandered off in search of a city that she heard about in Stalliongrad, built around a megaspell. I hope she found it. So as long as you're extra careful, you can get close to a mine. What next if you don't want to make a big mess? You want to slap your hoof on the arming knob and give it a quick turn to the left. It's a little knob next to the big blinky light making the scary beeping. Don't touch that part, it'll explode! Then you'll want to pick up the mine and sell it or use it yourself. The magical sensor remembers the signature of the creature that armed it, so you don't have to worry about your own mines exploding on you. The safest way to disarm a mine, though, is to shoot it. That will make it explode. The safest way to handle any explosive is to give it to your demolitions expert, and stand really, really far away when she's trying to disarm something. If she starts galloping away at top speed, don't ask her what's going on, just run. You'll thank me later. It turns out there's a whole world of mines out there, just like grenades. There are frag mines that every pony seems to have. There are anti-matrix mines, which give robots and power armor a nasty zap. Magical energy mines that melt everything nearby in a huge cloud of technicolor death. Those just include the military one. The really weird stuff are the hoof-made ones. Improvised explosive devices, IEDs, include everything from pipe bombs made out of gunpowder to this balefire egg that we found once that was rigged up like a mine. That's a story for muffins, though. Back on topic. IEDs are the most common and still really dangerous. Worse, they're really unpredictable. The most common types you'll find are the powder charges hooked up to tripwires or pressure plates. Tripwires have two main types, pull wires and tension triggers. Pull wires have a durable wire that, when somebody walks into it, triggers the bomb. You can easily disarm this by just cutting the wire. Tension triggers are harder as they're set off when the wire is broken or the plunger that was holding it gets yanked back in by a spring. They're rarer since they're harder to make, and you can disarm them by forcing the plunger to stay pulled in until you take out the fuse. Pressure plates generally rely on the weight of the plate changing, either some pony stepping on it or taking something off the plate. Both can be disarmed by just removing the explosive from the plate, most of the time. So you've got some lines. What can you do with them? Well, if you're really careful and you can make a map of where you put them, you can bury them as a perimeter defense outside your settlement's walls. Burying them makes them harder to see. It also lessens the range, so you'll need to make sure that as much of the blinky bulb is above the ground as possible. They'll slow down raiders and warn your town of an incoming attack all at the same time. Just be careful. Wildlife has this weird tendency to be attracted to minefields, and you'll want to leave a path for caravans. Otherwise, you can use them to dig holes if you know what you're doing, and you can use them to bring down ruins to clean an area out for building new stuff. Be sure that everyone's safely out of the area first and has a broom. It'll take a while to clean up all the rubble. If you really know what you're doing, you can take them apart to use the parts. The sensors are really useful for robots, and the TNT can be converted into fertilizer if you know a lot about chemistry. The cases can be turned into bullets if you have the right tools, and the TNT can be used to make grenades. You can also use empty cases as the coolest frisbee ever, though you'll probably want to paint it so you don't scare anyone or lose it. And, of course, you can just sell them if you want. Landmines, like all explosives, are pretty valuable since they have many uses and aren't reusable. Kinda like ammo. Even I've got a crate of them here at Absolutely Everything, buried behind the shop and locked in a steel safe. All explosives are really dangerous, and even though mines weren't designed to kill you, they can really easily. Shrapnel can make you bleed to death, and the shockwave can turn your organs into mush. The explosion itself can rip off limbs, but if you treat them with respect and are extra careful, you can make them work for you. Or you can give them to your explosives expert and watch the fireworks. What I'm writing in this book is to explain, well, absolutely everything some pony might need to know to survive in the wasteland. I understand that quite a few of you reading this will have a pretty good understanding of a lot of the chapters. While most hard-to-kill wastelanders may only find some things useful, this book is to mainly help those ponies and other creatures who find themselves out in the wild, wild wasteland for the first time. Stable dwellers are one group that come to mind. You'd be surprised, but even after all this time, there are still some stables buried out there with new groups of ponies surfacing for the first time. Then, there are others who live in isolated villages or settlements for decades who may have to travel through Equestria for one reason or another. No matter what your circumstances are, I'm hoping this Wasteland Survival Guide will help you out as much as it can. Unfortunately, there are a lot of creatures out there who really don't want to help anyone at all. Monsters are one thing, but the ponies I'm talking about here are normal on the surface. They may not look like ghouls or some kind of crazy mutant. They are dressed in regular wasteland armor, just like you. But these ponies can be part of what are broadly called raider gangs. These groups first appeared in the years right after the Great War. Once the bombs were dropped, things were so chaotic. Even with all the Balefire bombs and mega spells that exploded, there are still a lot of places in the world that survived somehow. Every city, no matter how badly it was bombed, still had some survivors trickling out of them to escape radiation and feral ghouls. Many of those ponies went pretty crazy too. After the trauma of surviving and many of them losing their whole families, the destruction of the world can really break someone inside. Eventually, those survivors started finding each other and forming small groups to survive together. A lot of those early raiders were really sad to talk to. They felt so hurt and betrayed that they stopped caring for any pony outside of their clan. If they'd see some other group of travelers, they'd raid them for anything they might be carrying, and often killed them too. As the years went by, these various raider clans formed up group identities and a sense of tribal government, usually organized around their current leader being the strongest or scariest among them. But, unfortunately, that sense of group identity gave a lot of lost ponies a sense of purpose to keep carrying on. So, many otherwise good ponies would end up getting recruited. As part of initiation, many raider groups made new members do something really horrible to prove themselves to the group. Once they've done that really bad thing, that pony might be too guilty to ever leave the group again, and end up just accepting their fate, becoming just like the rest in their clan. For those ponies who might be reading this, who are trying to escape a raider gang, you still can. You are never trapped forever. No matter what you've done, it is never too late to turn things around. The best thing to do is move. Get away as far as you can from those raiders, then seek out a doctor to help with any chem addictions you might have. You can always escape. You can do it. I've talked to a few ex-raiders in my travels, and many of them told me how many raider gangs keep them inside by keeping them hooked on chems. Even once they were treated for that, the pull to stay with their gang was still very hard to break. Many of them were probably born into that life, not knowing anything else. Just this endless cycle of sadness and brokenness going back to the Great War. But as sad as their stories may be, there are a lot of raiders out there who aren't sorry, and who won't stop terrorizing anyone who might be traveling around. Most raider gangs are relatively small groups, a few dozen at most. If they begin plaguing your village or town and you can't stop them by building walls or other defenses, it is possible to stop a gang by taking out its leader. You may have to track down where the gang is coming from, but the bravest ponies in your village may only need to kill that one raider to stop them from targeting you. With smaller gangs, the death of a leader usually results in a power struggle, and quite a few raiders end up killing each other before a new leader emerges. Now, you might be thinking that a new leader would want to seek revenge on your town and keep attacking. While that does sometimes happen, it's actually pretty rare. Like I said, I've talked to a lot of ex-raiders over the decades, and most of the time, that new leader establishes themselves by taking the group in a new direction. They'll often relocate their settlement and terrorize some other poor town. Because at the end of the day, raiders like that are just afraid. That's why they do something cowardly like attacking innocent villages. Once they've been bested by having their leader killed, they subconsciously run away in fear. After the power struggle, their gang is usually smaller than it was before anyway, so their chances of attacking you again successfully are much lower. Now, that might sound very tough to do, taking down a raider leader, but it is the surest way of driving away an attacking raider gang. You don't want to try to appease the raiders with tribute. That's it's usually the whole reason they start attacking in the first place, to force you to try to give them some of the crops or supplies that you have. Once that happens, the raiders will not stop asking for appeasement. Sometimes, though, the raider gang attacking may be an extension of a much bigger gang, and even your strongest and best ponies may not be able to fight their numbers. In those situations, it may be better just to move your village someplace else if possible. It's hard to address the problem of raider gangs because there are so many of them, and many more broken or suffering creatures out there who could get pulled into their groups. One of the best ways to fight raiders is by outnumbering them. Make deals with other villages and band together. Nothing is more stronger than the magic of friendship. If you have a large group of friends, other villagers watching your back, most of the smaller raider groups won't even try to attack you. If you can find yourself a settlement or town like that, then the only time you'll have to worry about raiders is when you're out traveling between those towns. When you are out traveling, the best thing to do is talk to other travelers who have been out there for a while. A lot of professional travelers, like couriers and caravan traders, will be able to show you which routes are safer than others and what kind of dangers to watch out for. Many of these professional travelers will tend to group together at small trading posts along old highways, places like bars or motels where they might stay for a night. These little rest stops are usually pretty safe because there's a lot of other travelers all collected together. Most of them are heavily armed for when they're usually just walking around by themselves. These places are great for getting advice on what roads to take. You might even be able to find a mercenary or bodyguard to help protect you if you're going through someplace really dangerous. Or you might even make some new friends. They're usually great places to pick up all kinds of different supplies or meds or ammo for different guns. While raiders might always be a threat, the best way to beat them is by showing them that you don't need to do horrible things to find companionship in the wasteland. If you have a vibrant little village that helps protect each other, you'll be able to do so much more than just that. You'll be able to show any wandering or lost souls that it's a better way to live.
You'll make new friends, and there'll be a few less potential raiders to worry about in the future. In the Equestrian Wasteland, you need to be smart about using all of the old pre-war stuff to your advantage. Everything from buildings to medicines to weapons to food to technologies is going to greatly improve your chances of staying alive. The most basic piece of technology that you're going to come across is a terminal. Terminals come in all shapes and sizes. Most of them are small enough to fit on your desk and have a built-in screen and keyboard for typing. However, some terminals can be much bigger. They usually call those servers because they serve a lot of smaller terminal screens on their network. Now, terminals were a pretty new thing when I was a young mare. They made a lot of things easier, like being able to store whole libraries of books, or sending messages back and forth to family who live far away, or keeping a diary, or writing a book about surviving in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. You know, the important things. They can do a lot more than that too, but I didn't really think about it until after the war, when you suddenly had to figure out how to hack into terminals to gain access to the places where all the ponies had died. Luckily, in those early days, I had a ghoul friend who was a unicorn who used to work for StableTech. They were the company who built most of the terminals you're going to see. All of the terminals run off something called a spell matrix operating system. The spell matrix is where all the magic happens, literally. It's this really cool looking crystal that glows when it's powered up. Most terminals have a tiny one inside of them, maybe about the size of a tooth. But most terminals are called terminals because they are gateways to access a really big spell matrix somewhere. Those could be as big as a pony's head. Anyway, There are a few ponies who are really good at hacking into terminals. They can do all sorts of things to the spell matrix that I really don't understand. A lot of those ponies are unicorns because obviously spell matrices use a lot of magic and crazy looking runes to actually work. For the average pony, or zebra, or griffin though, you might not have a super nerd unicorn friend to help you. And that's why I'm including this chapter with a very simple way to hack into a large number of stable tech terminals. Which, again, is thanks to my unicorn friend. Love you, Formy! So the first thing you're going to want to do is see if the terminal is actually logged in already. There are quite a few terminals that are public, which you just need to turn on and use as you need. A lot of terminals you will find need a password though. If you're not logged in, and it's not a public terminal, you'll get a screen asking you for a username and password! These words are displayed in big, bold capital letters because technology likes to scream at your suffering! But, seriously, why does it have to be so hard? When StableTech were designing the operating system, they built in a lot of default logins to do all sorts of things for different maintenance type things. Like, if you forgot your password or something was broken, you had a whole standard set of ways that you could still access the spell matrix, if you knew what you were doing. When you see the login screen for the username, you want to type in system in all caps. Then for the password, you want to type in debug in all caps. That will take you to what looks like a blank screen. It will have a little blinking cursor bar, but nothing else. That's when you type this in: // semicolon open _ SYSPASS.SPM. That will take you to a screen with a whole lot of crazy jumbled numbers and symbols. It'll look something like this. Now, most of the time, this won't be too long. It'll only be maybe one screen, but other times it'll be a very, very long list. What the terminal is showing you is every password ever used by an administrator on that terminal, as well as a whole bunch of similar passwords it has automatically generated as alternatives for every time you had to change it. Most of the passwords were pretty simple because no pony outside of StableTech could remember all of the weird administrative backdoors because they weren't all written down anywhere. And if any pony told you about them, you could get fired. But now, literally everybody got fired by bombs and stuff, especially me. So, it doesn't really matter anymore. Now the tricky part is picking out which password is right. If you choose a password from the list, you're going to get an answer that says how many letters were correct. So if your password was trotting, but you choose sweeping, the terminal would tell you 3 of 8. Then you only get 3 more tries to get it right. If you select the wrong password 4 times in a row, the terminal will lock with the / open _ SYSPASS.SPM thing won't work anymore. So if you make 3 wrong guesses, you want to just turn off the terminal completely, then boot it up all over again to get the list. You may have to try this several times before you get it right. The terminal will also generate the administrator list randomly, so you might get a different looking screen every time, depending on how many administrators had ever logged into that terminal. Once you select the right password, you'll be taken to the main directory as one of those admins, so you'll be able to do all sorts of cool stuff. This method of hacking a terminal will work with most StableTech terminals that aren't locked out. It might not work with a really fancy or customized terminal though. Also, Formy told me about another kind of terminal you might run into on a very rare occasion. Instead of the green StableTech ones, you might see a terminal that glows bright blue, made by a company called Corp before the war. They didn't really make terminals for the public though, so you might only bump into one in an army base or factory. Anyway, if you do see one of them, do not try the above method because it isn't going to work. They use this integrated magical processor operating system thingy that doesn't work like the StableTech ones. They still run on spell matrices, basically, but there is all these complicated differences inside of the crystal that are way too advanced for basically any pony to understand. If you're the kind of pony that is nerdy enough to understand, then you probably don't need this chapter. Oh, another thing though. If you're from a stable or have a pit buck, do not try to plug it into an East Corp terminal with the little connector cord. Apparently, they use 2 different magical spectrums to work, so if you don't have a specialized adapter, something might explode or set you on fire. If you or the terminal are on fire, then there's a really good chance you won't be able to hack into it. Some of these chapters are easier to write than others. This is one of those chapters where I feel a wide range of emotions about it, but the one that always wins out in the end is gross. Unless this is the first chapter you're reading, you'll already know that I'm a ghoul. Being a ghoul means I've talked with a lot of other ghouls in my nearly 200 years of being this way. In general, that's because a lot of normal ponies don't like to talk to ghouls. They can't really be blamed for feeling that way, since most ghouls are ferals that will try to eat those normal ponies. Obviously, this is a scary thing to be on the receiving end of, but besides the normal fear response, the idea of ponies eating ponies is quite disturbing. Unfortunately, cannibalism is not a new thing with the creation of ghouls. There are a few scattered stories that I've heard about in the past. Specifically, there was this one unicorn who I knew from before the war who loved reading about creepy magic history. She wore a lot of black. In those days, cannibalism always had something to do with a curse. Like when you were cursed, you had to eat your family or friends, or cursed because you ate your family and friends. It's one of the reasons why a lot of ponies think ghoulism has some kind of supernatural cause behind it. That it's a fate they deserved for some kind of wrong they did in their life. I'm not going to say that I'm perfect, but I don't think I've done anything that bad. And then again, I'm also not feral after nearly 2 centuries, so maybe that's related? Anyway, this chapter isn't so much about ghouls. Ferals don't just eat ponies, they'll attack anything that isn't a ghoul. In fact, they'll attack each other too. I don't know why, but I've seen it happen. It is really scary. Because life can be hard in the Wasteland, every once in a while someone is faced with the choice of becoming a cannibal or starving to death. Maybe you get trapped in some ruins somewhere, and there's nothing to eat but the body of the raider that you killed. Some ponies can forgive that, but a lot of them can't. I've met a lot of ponies that have had to do that because normal ponies won't talk to them. So they get ostracized, just like ghouls. One mare I knew about had her family farm burned down by raiders. When she was traveling to another settlement that she knew about, her husband had died. They still had an infant baby who was still breastfeeding, but she had nothing to eat. It was a really empty patch of land, and she was losing her strength to go on. If she died, their baby would have died too. So she ended up eating part of her husband's leg to make it in the end. Even though her baby hadn't done it directly, she still never told their daughter. She tried to move on, but never forgets. While cannibalism might be a necessary part for survival, there is the real possibility that it will stain you in some supernatural way. No matter how many unicorns I've asked, none of them can give me a straight answer on that. Beyond the realms of magic, it can also have some very dangerous effects on your health. I had to visit the doctor in the settlement once when I had accidentally flown into an old billboard and dislocated both of my wings. They wouldn't heal themselves until he set them back into place.
Anyway, he was very chatty and ended up mentioning something that he had treated very recently. Their village had been attacked over the course of several weeks by someone they had called the Chuckling Chopper. He was a very deranged earth pony buck who would attack you when you were alone and chop you into pieces. Then he would put those pieces in a fridge and eat everyone he killed. Surprisingly, the villagers finally caught him by laying a trap. Instead of just killing him, the doctor tried talking to him and running through some tests to see what had made him go so crazy. He talked about the different creatures he had killed and eaten to survive in the Badlands. Ponies are herbivores by nature, but they've had to eat other things to survive, such as radroaches or other mutated animals. This buck had done the same thing, but then said that a packet of strange meat he had bought from a vendor made him feel different. After that, he had killed a griffin, which he said tasted like chicken, then eventually moved to ponies. The doctor thinks that the strange meat he had bought was pony meat that the vendor had killed. Eating the pony meat might have given him something called prion disease. It's something that happens when these little proteins in your brain mutate in weird ways that cause other proteins to mutate too. The crazier the disease made him, the more he wanted to eat pony meat, even though he wasn't a ghoul. That's why he started chuckling madly while doing it too. When they finally killed him, the doctor autopsied his brain and found it to be full of holes like Swiss cheese. So, hopefully you haven't thrown up by now, because here's the real lesson from this chapter. Obviously, cannibalism is a horrible thing to have to resort to. If you're not doing it to survive, there's a good chance that it could affect your soul with some kind of dark magic. There's also a very big risk to eating pony flesh, even your own, that could make you crazy. The prion diseases have no cure. They're so rare, even unicorns don't have any spells to treat them. If you absolutely must eat some ponies to survive, though, it's best to eat the muscle meat, like their legs and butt. It will give you the most amount of energy while having to do the least bit of horrible things. You should also never, ever eat their brains. While they are apparently nutritious according to the Chuckling Chopper, they also have the highest chance of giving you the irreversible prion disease according to the doctor. And, of course, to avoid ever having to resort to that at all, you should keep at least a few weeks' worth of dry or packaged food on you. That way you can survive for a while if you are stuck someplace without having to eat anyone.
Today's topic is going to be just a teensy bit morbid, but isn't that just the way of things? I promise I'll tell you a joke at the end of the chapter, just to spice things up. Not that I need to make this worth your while. Surviving is its own reward. So, what are we talking about? Well, you can probably tell from the title of this chapter, silly buns. We're talking about diseases and illnesses. When I was a filly, when we got sick, we would just go to the doctor and maybe get the day off school. Now, not only are there no schools, but there are very few doctors. Which means that if you get sick, you're gonna have to handle it the best that you can. Let's start with our first and most common disease, influenza. Often just called the flu. It is a super highly and contagious disease, and it can seemingly come out of nowhere. It may leave you in a severely weakened condition. You can recognize it by the signs of coughing and sneezing, a fever, and loss of appetite. That last one was trickier to tell when I was young, because sometimes a pony just doesn't feel like eating because their stomach was full. Now,
Well, without as much food to go around, everyone's just as hungry as a ghoul. Well, just as hungry as a feral ghoul. Not a harmless sweetie pie kind ghoul like Ditsy. Anyway, the easiest way to treat a pony with the flu is bed rest and warmth. Get them under a blanket or near a fire. Avoid exposure to the elements and avoid strenuous activities. The consequences of failing to do so could be severe, as it could lead to far worse illnesses. Next up, we have tetanus, also known as lockjaw. This is another common one, but it's still fairly nasty. We actually used to have fairly effective vaccinations for this when I was younger. We still do. They're just not as common, and they're not permanent. You have to get a new one every 4 to 5 years. You might be able to find a doctor with a tetanus vaccination if you travel to one of the major settlements. Tent Pony Tower or Friendship City might have one if you're very lucky. I've heard rumors that Steel Ranger Outpost in Trottingham might also have similar medical supplies, but you'll have to take that with a grain of salt. They're historically not the biggest fans of ghouls, as Trottingham used to be a feral-controlled city, so I haven't been able to get close. So, how might one contract tetanus if one is especially unlucky? Typically from rusted metal or animal bites. You see, this might be one of the more contagious diseases? Biting animals and rusty metal might as well be an alternate name for our wonderful wasteland. I'm sorry, that felt a little mean. If you contract tetanus, you'll know because of a high fever, difficulty with sudden movement, and muscle spasms. If you've been injured on a piece of rusted metal or you've been bitten by something, it is incredibly important that you clean the wound with hot, salt water or alcohol immediately. Without a vaccination, it's the only surefire way to prevent tetanus infection. If you're unable to clean the wound or are unsuccessful, then you'll need to find a doctor as soon as you can. To ease the patient's discomfort, I'd recommend finding muscle relaxant medication. They sometimes look like tiny green pills. That will slow the muscle spasms until you can hopefully find medical assistance. Right, on to the next thing. Another thing with a disturbing name. This is Streptococcus equi, also known as strangles. It's a bacterial infection that appears in fillies and colts. Much like with flu, it presents as fever, sneezing, coughing, and loss of appetite, but it also comes with difficulty swallowing and breathing. It's most commonly contracted by infection via the sneezes of other ponies or through the contaminated and dirty utensils, like feeding buckets or bowls and such. This is why it's very important to clean anything you share with other ponies before you let them put it in their mouths. It's best treated with a vaccine, though these are far more rare than the ones for tetanus, or with an antibiotic like or containing penicillin. These are more common than vaccines in the wasteland, and most doctors in towns will have antibiotics in stock. The difficult with these come with cost, but I assure you they are well worth the money. Finally, I'm going to talk about the fourth most common disease I've seen, and it's probably the nastiest one because there isn't really a cure for it. It's called encephalomyelitis, also known as the sleeping sickness. The sleeping sickness attacks the brain, causing temporary blindness and bursts of excitability. It kills more ponies than almost any other virus. Now, some ponies may have immune systems strong enough to fend off the infection, but even then, there is permanent damage to your brain and your eyesight. This was something that there was a vaccine for, but these have fallen out of use these days. If something is developed or discovered, I'll be sure to spread the word as far and as wide as possible. But, since there is no cure at the moment, we're going to focus on preventative measures. The virus is only transmitted through mosquitoes, and only through certain parts of Equestria. Mosquitoes that were affected by the Balefire radiation have evolved in such a way where they no longer carry the virus. So, this is a weird thing to say, but regions with a history of radiation, even low levels, are almost completely free of sleeping sickness. Otherwise, you can go to a general store in your town where ponies may have chemicals, smelling salts, or even big nets which can be hung over your bed to prevent non-irradiated mosquitoes from getting you as you sleep. Now, if you're the type of pony who travels or adventures from place to place, maybe you're relocating, or you're in a caravan, or have some kind of righteous crusade, I cannot recommend enough the importance of preparing for illnesses. When you find a caravan or a town with a doctor or any kind of medication, please go take a look and see what they have to offer. Stock up on your supplies. My primary recommendation are muscle relaxants, cough syrup, and antibiotics, particularly penicillin. And one more thing, the reason that vaccinations and some of these other medications exist in Equestria at all can be traced back to the Health Alliance. Their name isn't actually an acronym, that's just how they like it spelled. They're a body of doctors, surgeons, and mercenaries who travel the wasteland and search the ruins of the old world, hoping to uncover the secrets to pre-war medication. One of their doctors advised the writing of this script. However, their numbers are dwindling and their funding is running quite low, so if they pass through your town and their traveling caravan, I cannot beg you enough to donate caps, food supplies, and ammunition to their group. It's going to take all of us to keep them running, and I think we have it in us to do that.
Yay! It's really hard to contain, but I love dressing up. Since I was a filly, I have always loved dressing up in different dresses and hats and horseshoes. I didn't always like the same thing as all the fancy fashion ponies, but that's okay. Clothing is not about looking like every pony else, it's about looking like you. Where I used to live in Cloudsdale, it got really cold, especially in the winter, so I had lots of reasons to dress up. I used to have classes too, but they never really worked right. Clothing and jewelry are so important, and I'm not talking about armor per se. There's more to clothing than just keeping from getting shot or bitten by a monster. Things can be so crazy out there in the wasteland. It's so easy to get wrapped up in the day-to-day grind of growing food and shooting things and keeping other ponies from shooting you. It can be busy. Before the war, life was a lot easier. You weren't fighting every day just to stay alive, which is why I think it is so important to make sure you set aside time to express yourself. When I was learning how to fly, I was going to a very formal Pegasi school. We all had to dress the same, the fillies in dresses, colts in vests. Then the next year, I changed schools and went to one on the other side of town, closer to where we lived. It was so nice because I could wear whatever I wanted. All the ponies there were a lot happier because they were allowed to be themselves. No matter where you live, in a big village or in a little house by yourself, you should make sure that you wear something that doesn't just protect you, but makes you happy. Paint rainbow colors on your gun, draw bubbles on your helmet, sew a patch over your pants where your cutie mark is. You will be surprised by how much better you feel. Every time you see that thing you like out of the corner of your eye, it'll bring a smile to your face. Do you have a special some pony, or even just a friend? Give them something they would like. Something simple but personal that they would wear all the time. That way, every time they see it, they'll think of you, and every time you see them wearing it, you know they're thinking about you too. I knew this unicorn Mare a long time ago. She was a ghoul like me. We were best friends and would do everything together. She was really good at building things and fixing things, so whenever we'd find something in an old house, she could fix it up and we could sell it to some pony who needed it. I'm not too good at making things, but she was very special to me, so one winter I knitted a beanie for her. Then, years later, when she went feral, a lot of things changed. But whenever I fly over that town and see her down below, still wearing the beanie, deep down, I like to think she is still thinking of me. Even though I'm calling this the Wasteland Survival Guide, there is so much more to life than just survival. Find the happiness, the beautiful things wherever you go, and you will live so much better.
already torn up this segment to use as toilet paper after seeing the heading, I would like to welcome you to Ditsy's Crash Course in Not Being a Butt. Now, I know that this isn't as thrilling as learning to build a blunderbuss from toilet paper rolls, but if you bear with me for a moment, I'll reward you with the gift of manners. And I'll tell you a dirty joke. Part 1. Why do manners matter? We've grown up in post-apocalyptia, or at least most of you have, which means you were taught skills that were more immediately useful for survival. Even I've left this chapter slightly later in the book to make way for more vital lessons. But the problem with putting off learning manners is that it makes violence and anger a much easier option, and it will get so easy that eventually you might not even consider diplomacy and friendship to be an option at all, and that fills me with sadness. Part 2. The most basic rule. We're going to start off with the most basic level of manners, one that a surprising number of ponies have not been able to grasp yet, and that is not murdering your fellow equine on sight. This is a difficult task for many ponies still, so I'm going to go through a step-by-step guide on the subject. Step 1. You're minding your own business, drinking the recycled urine we taught you to make in the previous chapter. Step 2. Looking up, you see in the distance a shape that might resemble your fellow equine. Step 3. You confirm with a careful analysis that this is indeed your fellow equine. Step 4. And now this is the tricky part, kids. Don't murder. Now, assuming you aren't cheating, you've taken the first step to good manners. Good job. Part 3. Basic equine decency. Now, to be fair, there are several ponies who struggled with this task long before the war started, but as we've wandered ever closer into the shadows of conflict, there are more and more ponies that devolved into total buttheads. Now, we need to focus on basic equine decency first, and the first thing to go when the war started, our love, respect, and friendships crumbled away until many of us, most of us, could not look our fellow equines in the eye. First, it was the zebras, of course. They were the enemy, and anything less than utter contempt for them would result in a white feather pinned on your door. Every pony in town would know that you were a zebra sympathizer, a coward. You may as well have been considered a zebra yourself. The second prejudice came towards the end of the war, and this is where I need to come clean with you all about something. I'm not perfect. Bullies and philosophers would agree that I am deeply flawed, though their thought processes that led them to that conclusion were wildly different. But I digress. The war led us to some dark places, with more and more Pegasi being deployed to the front lines for their tactical value. As the death count rose, the Pegasi back in Equestria grew their own prejudices against ponies on the ground, and I'm rather ashamed to admit I went through a brief period toward the end of the war where I felt anger as well. Every morning before the crack of dawn, I'd arrive at the post office to start my mail run, only to find 3, sometimes 4 or 5 letters from the front line of the Equestrian Air Force insignia plastered on the surface and a weighted metal disc inside. During the earlier days of the war, officials of the army would deliver news of deaths to ponies personally, but this had become so commonplace it was outsourced to male ponies like myself. So I admit that there was a time when my own laughter was scarce. But we have the chance to be different now. A chance to be better. Basic equine decency can be categorized as not hating the pony next to you because they represent something that you dislike. It's not about showing kindness, it's about not channeling your rage and hatred at them. Part 4. Please and thank you. You'd be surprised how often this is neglected in Equestria, even the towns when dealing with shopkeepers. And as the owner of absolutely everything, I've had my share of demanding no-pants ponies who've forgotten how to ask nicely for their armor to be repaired and their guns to be replaced. So here's a hint. When you get on the wrong end of a repair pony who isn't as kind as I am, don't be rude. Say please and thank you and don't be rude, or they might not repair your armor properly, and that would be such a shame. Remember, manners save lives. Part 5. Swears. I don't know why, but ever since society collapsed, every pony's become such a potty mouth. This doesn't have much to do with saving your life in the wasteland, but I must admit, it does make you a far more pleasant pony to be around, which is important when you get around to making some friends. So here's Ditsy's lists of swears to avoid and better alternatives. Asshole, butt, shitface, poopy head, cocksucker, your mother. That one was a joke. Don't do that. Today's lesson is a brief overview on some of the more common monsters and creepy creatures you may come across in the Equestrian Wasteland. Whilst most of them can be defeated through enough well-placed bullets, some of you may want to preserve your ammunition. So I'll tell you about these creatures, where you might find them, and how you might avoid them if fighting isn't your preferred approach. Rad roaches. I used to deliver mail. I'm sure I've mentioned that once or twice, and every now and then the package I'd deliver would include a heavy-duty roach spray. And whenever I delivered roach spray, the pony I delivered it to would tell me the exact same joke. They'd be nervously shuffling their hooves on their porch as they accepted the letters I deliver, and then they'd tell me that the bug spray couldn't kill the roaches, then nothing could do it. They were certain that if the world ended in a balefire extermination, only the roaches would survive. Any pony who's ever seen a rad roach knows full well that not only did they survive the balefire, but they grew even bigger than before. However, rad roaches aren't all hostile. If you maintain enough distance from them, they tend to not bother you. Also, you won't need bug spray to kill them. It turns out that bullets do the trick even better than any bug spray. Yaks. Ugh. Even when ponies and zebras went to war, the yaks were insistent on joining in. However, they were discovered to be more of a hazard to their own side than they were to their enemies, given their enthusiasm for smashing and general lack of patience. Sorry yaks, but it was true. So when the Equestrians stopped allowing yaks into the army, well, the yaks tried to join the zebras, with similar results. So, the yaks tried to enter the war as their own third faction. And though they thought the best way to do this was to steal a balefire bomb from the zebras, unfortunately, they weren't too careful, and whilst they managed to not accidentally detonate it in their hometown, they did accidentally detonate it not too far away from said hometown. As a result, if you travel to the coldest, snowiest mountains of Equestria, you'll find the mutated remains of yaks. The poor things were practically melted together in groups of 3 or 4. Now the collection of bodies writhes and sprints and screams across the mountain, searching for a foe. The best way to deal with a yak? Don't. I've heard stories of Steel Ranger missiles bringing down a yak who strayed too far from the mountain, but I've never found evidence to prove it. Ghouls. This is the part you've likely been waiting for. Let's talk about ghouls. Obviously, not all ghoulies are feral. Some are like me. Hi! I'll give you a hug and a muffin and a copy of my survival guide because I'm really nice. And many other ghouls are super nice too. In fact, because so many of us come from old Equestria, you might even find a ghoul who still believes, like I do, that friendship is magic. But yes, we do have our grumpy sourpusses, but that can't be helped. That's just equine nature. But the unavoidable and uncomfortable truth is that some ghouls, many ghouls, do turn feral. During my research, I met a scientist who insisted that all ghouls are fated to become feral, but he was kind of a butthead who super didn't like ghouls, so I'm taking his bias into account. If a ghoul does turn feral or you come across an already feral ghoul, there are a few ways to keep yourself safe. Breaking their limbs will immobilize them, an easy enough task as our bodies aren't as sturdy as living ponies. Bullets, blunt objects, and fire work especially well. But do be careful not to catch the attention of a horde. And definitely be careful when entering a building you're unfamiliar with. Dark, abandoned places are often filled with ferals. Always have an exit strategy. Parasprites. When I was a filly, I saw parasprites as some of the most adorable creatures in all of Equestria, but then I watched them almost devour half my town. Crops, foods, everyday objects, they could eat them all, and trying to get rid of them was a nightmare. I was once mistaken for a parasprite by a very silly mare. Modern day parasprites are, well, they're just as hungry and hard to get rid of as they used to be, but now they're trying to gobble up ponies. Fortunately, I have not heard stories of them outside of Philadelphia, where they're fairly common. Parasprites can reproduce asexually and spread rapidly, so if you come across one, you'll always come across more. Do not engage parasprites if you can help it. If you can't, fire works very well on them. Radgator. I'm not much for eating meat for more than a few reasons. I feel like being a ghoul eating meat might just worry my neighbors a bit too much. And of course, because I remember the old days of Equestria where meat wasn't a regular meal. But there are many ponies in Equestria who do, and of course, every griffin does. Which is why I'm talking about radgators. Radigators still pose a fairly formidable threat to an unprepared pony, but they're not as well matched against a pony with a long-ranged weapon as some of the other beasties who roam Equestria. As a result, more than a few ponies and towns make their living and make their name by hunting and selling radigator meat. So, if you're hoping to avoid or hunt radigators, you may come across one by accident. There are a few things you will need to know. Radigators are typically only found in swamps or marshlands. They rarely stray away from water, and they don't attack towns. Much like rad roaches, they're docile but territorial. Just avoid them and they'll avoid you. If you're still looking to hunt a radigator, for the sake of survival, I'd suggest heading to a town like Arbu, where radigator meat is their business. They won't share much information with me about their process. I suppose they want to keep some business secrets from being printed across Equestria, which I understand, even if I don't agree. Hellhounds. Much can be said for the failure of equine kindness during the war. One of our greatest failings was our treatment of the creatures the hellhounds used to be. You've likely all heard stories of hellhounds in your lifetime. They hate ponies and they kill on sight. If you come across a hellhound, it may very well spell out your final moments. I cannot stress enough the danger that they pose when faced in direct combat. And unlike most of the creatures who impose violence on Equestria, hellhounds are intelligent. They can use weapons, including firearms, and they can organize during the hunt. There are high concentrations of hellhounds in places like Splendid Valley. I suggest avoiding that area entirely. At the beginning of this chapter, I didn't tell you the entire truth, and honestly, I didn't think I'd tell you the rest by the time you'd reached the end. But here we are. It's true that most of the solutions to these creatures are a bullet to the brain, a big missile, or some pony who can swing a bat really hard. How to kill them isn't the reason for making this chapter. Anything can be killed if you try hard enough. This isn't just about knowing to avoid harder to kill creatures. It's about holding the torch up to see them for who they used to be. The lives they used to live. One day, someday, I might go feral myself. I've left instructions with close friends and neighbors for if this happens. I never want to hurt any pony, and I've made sure I won't. But I don't want some pony to think of me as just another ghoul who's turned feral. I want you to remember Ditsy. I want you to remember who I am, even if the day comes that I don't. At this point in the survival guide, hopefully I've been able to help keep you alive for at least a few months, and you've reached the point where you have a fairly regular place you like to live. I could be wrong, and you're the nomadic type, which is totally cool too, but most ponies like to have some kind of permanent place to keep things that they don't want to carry around with them all the time. More often than not, that permanent home will be among a small town or settlement of other creatures, like yourself, that are just trying to live their lives with as much safety and security as they can muster. These small towns can form around any number of different situations. For instance, maybe you found the ruins of a pre-war town, and one cluster of buildings are still in okay shape. Maybe you found one farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, and you just needed to be a bit bigger to house a dozen ponies. Whatever the situation is, you need to develop some practical skills to reconstruct and reinforce the buildings and battlements around your new home. The first lesson to doing this is a magic 5-syllable word. Consolidation. Let's say the small town you stumbled on had 25 buildings. All 25 of those buildings might be in different states of disrepair. Some of them could be tiny, unusable rubble. Some of them could be much larger pieces of rubble and beams you can work with. Then there are the core group of 5 or so buildings that are mostly still standing. Those are the ones that you want to rebuild, by consolidating the materials of the ones that are much more destroyed. Whatever circumstances allowed for a particular building to survive the Great War and still be standing almost 2 centuries later is pretty remarkable. Even if it was a chance occurrence, those are the buildings you want to reinforce just for good luck alone. Plus, there's much more likely odds that they just have stronger materials holding them together. The buildings in my earlier example that are large pieces of rubble and beams are what you want to start breaking down. Large pieces of recoverable wood or metal can be nailed or welded in key places to cover the holes in the buildings you want to live in. That will make them safer against monsters and raiders. Ultimately, you want the building to be defensible. Aside from sealing holes in the walls, it would be good to build and install reinforced window shutters that you can pull down if you're getting shot at. Finding the right work tools can be tricky, so you might want to start looking through an old hardware store. Even if it's already picked over, you might be able to find posters or magazines that give you an idea of what you're looking for or trying to build. Even those loose pieces like a drill bit can be recovered and attached to something homemade and still get the job done. Another tip for unicorns would be to learn how to weld. Finding cans of welding gases is very tough. While there are other kinds of welding machines that work off of energy weapon batteries called spark welders, they can be hard to find too. The best thing to do would be to learn how to become your own spark welder, if possible. Now, obviously, I'm not a unicorn, but from the unicorn construction ponies I've met over the years, it's been explained to me that this can be done by either a heat spell or a spark spell. And both of them involve being able to hold that spell for long enough gaps of time that you can actually stick some metal together. So, hopefully, some of these construction ponies are writing their own books too. At least keep passing on skills to other apprentices. If you're a unicorn who thinks they could possibly do something like that, then seek out a pony who already knows how and see what they can teach you. Working with wood is a lot easier, especially if you find a good, solid log somewhere. Whatever broken down building or cart or forest you can recover large enough pieces from would be the cheapest and easiest way to reinforce your settlement buildings. Use the thicker and taller pieces for vertical supports that you can then build a floor on. Flatter pieces can be layered together, so they can be just as strong, but you're not wasting the good pieces on load-bearing elements. The benefits of wood is any creature can work with it. Sticking wood together is limited by finding enough nails and hammers. And, luckily, there are lots of nails still laying around everywhere. You can even recover nails from other old buildings, but you want to make sure to check them before using them. That's really the number one golden rule of any kind of settlement construction. Does it work? If you find a large, flat sheet of metal, you can use it as a second-story floor. Set it on top of something close to the ground, like 2 fallen trees. That way, you can walk on it, and if it breaks, you don't fall to your death. If you find some pieces of hard plastic you want to use as defensive walls to stop bullets, well, there's an obvious way to test that. Many of these things can be made stronger by layering as well. Maybe one piece of wood won't work, but layering 3 of them together will. You also want to make use of cross beams to reinforce your floors and walls. The best way to get an idea for how to do that is to look at the buildings that are already around you. I'm not an engineering pony, so I can't give you a lot of detailed equations and things for how to best lay out crossbeams. It'd probably take a much longer book to explain all that. However, this is where recovering old pieces from buildings helps a lot. It gives you an idea on how large certain wood or metal beams need to be, what they're made of, and how to lay them out. For instance, sometimes the tall side might have to be flat against the wall, while other times it's the smaller side that should be touching the floor, like the letter I. That is the main lesson of this chapter. If a building is sturdy enough that it's been standing for this long, there's probably some lessons to learn from it. So pay close attention to the ruins as you're walking through them. And over time, you'll learn more and more how to take those ruins and rebuild them into something new. Then, your new settlement can protect all the ponies and creatures you love from the parts of the wasteland that need a little more time to stop being wasteland anymore.
Nearly 2 centuries after the Great War, we are running out of preserved foods, and there are so many wild plants that you can gather from. One of the main building blocks of civilization way before any of this happened was agriculture. Planting large fields of different crops and tending to them year-round is something that most ponies and other creatures had to do to survive. As villages and towns got more complex, they were able to have much larger fields where only a certain number of ponies focused on farming, while the others could protect them as knights or do other things like make clothes or tools. It's hard to rebuild after the Great War because so much of the world is still radioactive and poisonous in so many different ways. It's hard to support pony life, let alone plants. However, there are a few villages and even towns that are getting quite large, and many new farmlands are being developed all over Equestria. This chapter is to help provide basic farming tips to anyone willing or able to try, because rebuilding farms and large agriculture are needed now more than ever. Not only could it help feed so many, but the cooperation that rises out of managing farmland is one of the keys to rebuilding Equestria. Those that came from a large stable may be used to having a large level full of apple trees or orange trees or tomatoes or things like that to live off of. On the surface, those trees are not going to look the same. In general, radiation has made every plant grow 30 to 60 times slower than they used to. So if an average tree produced 100 oranges per year before, these days it's probably more like 40 to 70 oranges. And even then, those are the places where the soil is healthy enough for trees to grow at all. That's one of the first things you'll have to look for if you want to set up a new farm: good soil. You can start by looking at places that were farms before the war.
However, at least in the area that I've flown by, a lot of those farmlands were targeted specifically so that they couldn't be used for farming anymore. A lot of the best soil these days are in places that were often somewhere in between, so you don't want to start looking at big open farmland or cities, but usually in the outskirts around the cities. Also, basically all crops need lots of sunlight, so try to find places where the cloud barrier is thinnest and the most sunlight gets through. Once you've found a good patch of soil, you have to set it up to be good farmland. You might have to build some barriers or fences to protect it from mutant animals or raiders. Just like any other permanent settlement, you want to have guards watching the perimeter too. It takes years to get good farms working, so this would be a long-term commitment. You might want to look in very remote places, away from a lot of monsters or busy cities. Next, you'll have to prepare the land itself. You want to get large metal rakes or tillers you can pull with a yoke to break up the top layer of the soil and make it loose and mixed up. Over time, usually in between harvests, you'll want to keep the soil fresh with things like fertilizer and compost. Compost is basically any kind of plant matter that's chopped up and kept in barrels or fenced in areas to dry out and break down. Things like leaves, hay, twigs, fruit rinds, etc. are some of the most common things you can add to the mix. They're some of the many things that make up new soil by providing fresh nutrients and minerals. Another major component of fresh soil is fertilizer, or manure, which is basically just poo. Any animal technically makes fertilizer, and that does include ponies. So while it's gross, you, the farmer, might be one of the most reliable sources of new fertilizer. That's the circle of life. Gross, as always. Now, a lot of this information I've gathered from newsletters of something called the Old Celestia's Almanac. I'm not sure how it got that name, but I don't think Celestia would have liked being reminded that she's old. However, I remember delivering a lot of them before the wars, so farm ponies seem to find them useful. Anyway, here are a few common farm crops and a few tips on how best to grow them. As far as size goes, it takes about 1 acre of mixed crops to feed one pony per year. An acre is 210 feet by 210 feet, and a foot, which is a weird measurement that we adapted from dragons or something, is roughly the length between the hoof and the elbow on one of your front legs. So at least as a rule of thumb, which is probably a Griffin expression, you'll need 1 acre of crops for every pony in your village. That's a large piece of land, even if you have a settlement the size of 20 ponies or so. So most likely, you'll still get some of your food by scavenging or hunting. The most important thing that you can do is protect your farm, whatever size it is. Better to have a smaller farm that you can keep safe than a larger one that will be ruined in a single raid or by a single swarm of insects. One of the best crops for feeding ponies are grains and corns. Wheat and all its varieties, as well as things like oats, were very common grain crops, especially if you want anything that involves bread. You're going to need wheat to make the bread. Wheat seeds are very small, so you want to make sure that the land is very well tilled before you spread the seeds. Once spread, you add some fertilizer and cover all the seeds with dirt. Then water them quite a bit at the start, followed by only sparse amounts of water once every 30 days. It's best to plant the seeds before winter, because the roots can grow throughout the winter and the stalks can grow quickly in the spring. Then in autumn, you can harvest the wheat when the stems turn yellow and the kernels have dried. You want to store the crop in some place closed and dry, like the old grain silos you still see standing in certain places. With a bit of scrap metal to patch it, you can probably just reuse the old one. That will keep you fed until the next harvest. Corn, like wheat, is best planted before winter for the same reasons. Corn takes a lot of really well-blended compost and fertilizer. It's generally more picky than wheat, both for that and because it wants warmer weather. You water it a lot like wheat, with a lot at the beginning, then more only if the soil starts to get dry. You don't want swampy soil for the corn, so it's a careful balance. Then at the end of summer, you can harvest the ears of corn on the cob when the kernels are milky yellow. Apple trees, and pear trees too, prefer drier soil. Just like all of the plants on this list, it's best to look around your new farmland and plant things where they are already growing naturally. It's a sign they'll be somewhat successful as a crop. When planting apple seeds, you want to keep the soil moderately wet and cover the area with a lot of dry compost mulch. That keeps the moisture and nutrients by the roots, but no fertilizer at the beginning. Only over time when you rejuvenate the topsoil. Planting the trees 12 feet apart seems to be good spacing, and after a few years the adult apple trees will produce a lot of fruit. Oranges and other citrus fruits are almost the opposite of apples. They like barely wet soil and lots of fertilizer, but no mulch. Similar to apples or any other kind of tree crops, you'll want to protect them from the wind, especially in the early years to keep them from getting damaged or blown away. A solid wall between the trees and the windy side of your farm would benefit them a lot. Tomatoes grow on smaller plants that only get about as big as an adult stallion, so you can pack tomatoes much tighter in a harvest area. They need a lot of sunlight, probably the most of your entire farm, so you may want to set up the land accordingly. They need a lot of water at the beginning, then only lightly until you actually get tomatoes. They benefit from lots of fertilizer in the soil too. Potatoes are root plants that like it moist but not drenched soil. The actual potato is a giant part of its root that you can cook in so many delicious ways. Probably my favorite is frying them as wedges in oil with some salt and other spices. They're very nutritious, and a lot of societies in the past have had potatoes as their main source of food. They're simple to grow simply by planting a potato in the ground. The plants above the ground will grow leaves. Near the end of the season, when the leaves turn yellow and die, you'll be able to harvest the spuds in 2 to 3 weeks. When you actually dig for them, you want to be careful only to take the largest potatoes. Leave the smaller ones so that they can keep growing and producing new roots and potatoes for the next season. Once harvested, you can place them somewhere dry for a few weeks, and they will last quite a while after that. If they start growing, you can just cut those roots off and bury them, or you can add them to the compost. That should get you started on setting up your own farm for your village or settlement. These are common crops, but wherever you end up settling could have any number of different plants that grow in that area. Who knows what kind of things you'll be able to farm? Might take a bit of trial and error by the seasons, but eventually you might find a good system. Also, be careful of poisonous plants. Experiment carefully before planting something. If you gather any good data, please write me a letter or come visit me at Absolutely Everything in New Appaloosa. That way I can add your information to another chapter. Even if the book is finished before then, we may create something like a newsletter. We might be able to bring back the old Celestia's almanac for the new generation. I'm sure she wouldn't mind.
I just brewed up a fresh few bottles of apple cider. I had to write a particularly difficult chapter this morning. You might have read it already, you might not have. To be honest, I don't know how I will present the chapter order of this book when it's complete. Of course, given the nature of the guide, you might not even read it in the order I've presented it. I've been thinking a lot lately about how I might group chapters together. Maybe it's because I feel an ending on its way? Not because I've run out of things to say or advice to give. No, there's definitely something I've forgotten about. I know the moment I release the survival guide, when I send it out to the public, I'll remember 3 chapters vital to surviving in the wastes, which slipped my mind. But there's another problem. The flaw of an action. I started writing this book because ponies were surviving in the wasteland on their own. The old have no time to shepherd the young, rarely bearing the patience to offer what wisdom their experience imparted to them. The young also don't have time for the elderly, rushing off from one danger to another, or just trying desperately to penetrate the water so that they might keep their necks above it, just beyond the waterline. The longer I wait to release the book,
the longer ponies might spend not knowing how to survive. This chapter is about two things that I remember from when I was younger, and yes, given that you've read the chapter title above, you've guessed that one of those things is alcohol. Back in the old days of Equestria, before the War of the Zebras, when we lived in what my uncle would call a pastel paradise, there were a few drinks for pony kind. I know you'd be surprised to hear it, but most alcoholic beverages were invented after the war's beginning or popularized by other species and creatures also after the war. Not that we had nothing to drink, no, because we had cider. In Ponyville, the cider was brewed by the Apple family. Yes, the Mare of the Ministry of Wartime Technology would brew cider. In fact, she tried to continue the tradition even after she took over her new post. There was little reason to do so. She had a full schedule of work, and the heightened demand for booze bred a far more saturated market. The financial returns on brewing were not what they used to be. No, I think she just found an escape in the drink, not because she felt the need to drink it most of the time. The escape was found in the brewing itself, in the old ways of doing things. She'd once been faced with the prospect of automation on her farm to improve productivity of cider production, but war changes ponies. Life changes ponies. And the Ministry of Wartime Technology, headed up by Applejack, pushed the limits of technological innovation beyond anything the younger Applejack would have preferred. And I think that's why Applejack found solace when brewing. It reminded her of times long gone, the pony she used to be and the values she once had the luxury of fighting for. Earlier, when I brewed that cider, I thought of Applejack. So, how might you go about brewing your own cider? Well, let me teach it to you. To start with, there are a few options available for brewing. Now, I prefer using apples, but you can use pears, fruit, and even honey. The fresher the better, though that's hard to come by these days. Now, you'll need some tools, a bucket, and some sort of seal to keep it airtight. I've also found that a bottle and balloon works wonders. Of course, you'll need yeast, which you can find from a baker in town. Once you've added your crushed up water, fruit, and yeast into the container, I suggest heating up the mixture. This is the better method of brewing when your fruit isn't completely fresh. Heat it up for about 10 minutes at a consistent heat before chilling it in the coldest water you can find. After that, just leave it for a few days. 3 should do the trick. After that, stick it in a bottle with a pinch of sugar and let it lie. The longer, the better. No, that wasn't the most scientific method of brewing. I'm afraid I don't remember all of the details, and I don't drink much of what I brew. Some ponies here in town have tried my brew, but if they didn't like it, they may be too polite to tell me. So, now you know how to brew your own cider. The resources are hard to find out in the wilds of the Equestrian Wasteland, and chances are you aren't going to be able to do it for the same reason I do. You don't have the memories that come along with being taught to brew by a friend of a time far simpler and far in the past. Chances are far more likely, and there is little shame in that these days, that whilst I brew to remember, you are going to brew to drink to forget. I understand the impulse. Life in the wasteland can be hard because, well, for a number of reasons. For reasons I've outlined time and again in this very book, but mostly because of the reason I started writing this book to begin with. The real reason for the guide. It's not just that you need to know how to survive, it's that you need some pony to teach you. As a filly, I had friends and family and parents who were willing to teach me the way of the world. That doesn't happen as often now. That's why I emphasize time and again the importance of making friends. It is the most important lesson you can ever learn from this book. But short of that, consider me your friend. here to teach you. And I'll always be here for you. It's so huge out there in the wasteland. In the main room, you can't even see the roof.
Newly emerged stable dweller. I need to be serious for a moment. There was a point in the war when nothing we did worked, and every single day our soldiers lost more and more ground. Deaths on the battlefield were being matched by the suicides of ponies affected by wartime stress disorder. Every pony was losing hope, and when the knowledge that the zebra had successfully tested a mega spell that was leaked from the Ministry of Arcane Science, there was panic. It was at this point that Stable Tech revealed their fallback plan. Over 100 underground shelters spread across the land. These shelters were known as stables and were the crown jewel of Stable Tech. They were designed to withstand the mega spell detonation, and if you believe the billboards, they could keep feeding and caring for ponies inside for hundreds of years. Now, seeing as how I was never in a stable myself, I have no first-hand experience on what they were like before the bombs fell. But since then, numerous stables have opened, repopulating the wasteland and giving daring explorers an opportunity to discover the secrets within. But I love it when there's a but. Hang on. That's not what I meant. Oh dear, I'm going off topic. Every so often, I meet a wastelander who isn't afraid to get his or her hooves dirty. Sweaty, bloody, messy, oily, gory, intestines, or any other kind of messy substance. And when I meet these wonderful ponies, I ask them to gather information that I can use to help others. In this case, I was able to obtain information from a wastelander that had explored several stables in return for a hug and a rather big tray of muffins. Several weeks later, he returned with a fresh set of injuries and lots of stories for the guide. I think it's more important that I go into the dangers of stables, and to do so, I'm going to introduce you to Wastelander Buck. Now, one day, Wastelander Buck is strolling about his home, the desolate wasteland, and he discovers the door of an open stable. Now, Wastelander Buck is rather low on food and ammo, and that large chunk in his side is being quite bothersome. So, the open door seems like a hearth-warming gift, and he dives headfirst into it. Unfortunately for him, Wastelander Buck did not carefully read this section of the Wasteland Survival Guide and is quickly torn apart by mean creatures that now inhabit the stable. Don't be like Wastelander Buck and read this section carefully. The stables are host to many different monsters and dangers. You need to be cautious if you venture into a stable. My Wastelander friend, the one who survived the stables, has made careful note of the stables that he visited and the dangers within, and of course how to kill the creepy crawlies. Here's something interesting about the stables. Did you know that not all of them are the same? Whilst the stables seem to have offered the same levels of protection, the insides seem to be quite different. Out here in the wasteland, we have all sorts of monsters, and in order to avoid those monsters, we built towns. And the mayor or a sheriff runs these towns. Politics are everywhere these days. Even the stables have them. In fact, stable politics seem far simpler than ours. An overmayor who exercises complete control over the ponies of the stables leads them. And those ponies have their own jobs to do, which is chosen based on their respective cutie marks. Seems quite simple. Once they earn their marks, they go to work and are given pip bucks. Rather interesting little tools that give them lots of useful information. Now, my little ponies, these stables were not designed to remain shut forever. In fact, barely 100 years or so after the war, the first stable dwellers emerged. And, of course, your friend Miss Dew was there to meet them. Then, the strangest thing happened. They started shooting at me. The nerve of some ponies.
Yes, I'm afraid it took some time to gain the trust of the stable dwellers, but the problem was, every time I tried to have a conversation with them, they would run, or shoot then run. Eventually, they just ended up shutting their doors all over again. And that was it. No more ponies in the wasteland. Except for one young filly that wandered out without her mother's permission. Thank the goddess I found her though, and not some scary creature. I got her back to her stable safely and gave her my biggest, squishiest hug. And just as I was about to leave, the stable doors open and their overmare rushes out and hugs the child. It was the overmare's own daughter. The stable dwellers still never really trusted me, but after that, they at least stopped shooting, and they had conversations with me. Except one time my eye fell out of its socket into a cup of tea that belonged to the... well, maybe that's a story for another time. So, once the stable dwellers started listening to me, I was able to show them the best places to set up a town and live in. They could be safe and free to breathe the air, and I could live there too, so long as I kept to myself mostly. And while they were putting the town together, I decided that one day, other stable dwellers might come into the wasteland. But if they didn't know the things that I know, the things that we have to do to survive here, well, this book was my solution. So, before we leave, I should give you one last word of warning about these stables. That is my job after all. I know that the possibility of scavenging in a stable for food, ammo, and medical supplies seems like your best option, but believe me, it's not. Many of the stables were cleared out when the inhabitants left, and the ones that still have anything worth taking are guarded by dangerous and varied array of creatures. I cannot warn you properly about what may be lurking within those stables, and if you must go, take a large group and remember the advice on dealing with the possible creatures you may meet. When I was young, I heard two survivalists talking about knots. And then I heard a conversation between a tree and a rock that had come to life because I had fallen to sleep, and that was the dream I was having. Knots are boring! Hey, nice presentation on nuts. Oh, thanks. I work super hard on it because it's my greatest passion. We can tell. That's a great collection of nuts. What's it like still living with your parents? That last question was me. I was slightly more snarky when I was a filly, okay? Look, even I struggle sometimes being positive about certain things. Knots are one of my greatest weaknesses because they are really, really important to surviving the wasteland's trials, but they're just so dull. It's alright, Ditsy. Go to your happy place. You can do this. So, let's talk about knots. So, sometimes you'll need to make a really long rope from two other bits of rope, or you have to carry a bunch of firewood, in which case you need to use a square knot. This is really easy to make. So you take two bits of rope, you make U-shapes with them, then you lay rope A over rope B, making sure they're facing opposite directions. Now take two ends of rope A, put them through rope B's loop, do the same with rope B. Now pull it tight and you should have something that looks like a super strong, super boring square. Next up is the bowline, which is what some ponies describe as a bunny going through his hole and coming out and doing a dance. And I don't know why you're dragging innocent, adorable bunnies into the awful world of knots, you monsters! Happy place, Ditsy. Happy place. The bowline knot can't get any bigger or smaller, and you make it by making a loop of one end of your rope, and actually, you know what? I'm not a fan of knots. Yes, I know it's a really short chapter and you're probably super disappointed, but why don't you just use a zip tie or duct tape like normal ponies who uses normal pony solutions instead of using knots? You know who uses knots? Hang ponies. Who hang other ponies by the neck. That's really impolite and not at all kind. Do you want to be similar to a big dumb meanie who hangs ponies? I don't want to be a big dumb meanie. I want to be small and cute and fluffy and eat muffins and give a hug to a bunny. So instead, I'm going to give you a lesson on meditation. Meditation is an excellent way of calming the mind and going to one's happy place. It's where we go to escape the horrors of the wasteland, and of the rope shapes that I will not name. I made a funny. I like to have a little meditation session for myself every night. It really helps clear my mind. Firstly, don't set yourself a really high and lofty goal. For a month, I tried to tell myself I would sit and count to like 1,000. And all that did was get me really stressed and antsy and so bored. No, instead, set a smaller target. Just sit there for 1 or 2 minutes and let your mind do its thing. For the first week or 2, don't get too caught up in trying to think of nothing. Just get used to the idea of sitting and breathing and trying to be calm. After you've done that, try focusing on your breathing. Maybe counting to 100. It's okay if your mind wanders a bit. There's no harm, no stress. Just try to let the thought finish and then go back to counting. There's no punishment for getting distracted. Happy place. Let's not do this again. I'm thinking about the stupid knots again. Just tie the thing on the other end and that's it, okay?
Remember how I said that the Griffins acted as mercenaries during the war? Well, they never really stopped doing that after the world blew up. I guess it's just in their nature. What? That's not offensive to say. Ask any cool pony about pre-war Griffins and they'll tell you that they were real meanies. The Griffins stayed out of the war on an official level, with mercenary activities that most of their population was undertaking not being sanctioned by their government. Because of this, and because the Griffins were seen as a valuable asset to both sides, there were no mega spells aimed at the Skyfeather Republic. Griffinstone, being in Equestrian territory, was not so lucky though. They were destroyed in the blast with the exception of those who made it to their local stable. Yet, the Republic still flourishes even today. Part of the reason that they flourish and haven't been attacked by the factions crazy enough to try it are the Talon mercenaries, known as the unofficial training method of the Republic. Recruits are sent out into the wasteland and expected to survive and operate as mercenaries for 5 years before returning home and taking their place in society. You might think that that's a barbaric practice and, well, it absolutely is. But it's created what I'd wager to be the strongest nation in the world. Now, the Equestrian Wasteland is home to hundreds of Talon mercenaries, all operating for whoever buys their contract. Now, it's possible you've met older Talons who definitely don't like young recruits cutting their beaks in the wasteland. Sometimes veteran Talons will return to Equestria, hiring themselves alongside younger teams to earn a fast payday, or because they simply prefer it here. Either way, it's entirely possible you'll find that Talon companies are headed up by much more experienced fighters. Some have even been known to never return to their homeland, starting families in Equestria and raising them as Talons. So if your town can afford to hoof the bill and you urgently need protection,
Or if you're maybe living in a young, exposed settlement, I'd highly recommend hiring a company of Talons to watch your backs. Same goes for adventurers or saviors of the wasteland trying to make their way or free the region from evil. There's no shame in having a heavily armed group of birdies behind you. At this point, you're probably asking, Ditzy, you dits, how can I hire a Talon if I don't know where to find them? And to that, I'd probably blow raspberry at you with what remains of my tongue and tell you I was about to get to that. I can be very immature sometimes. Sometimes you might be lucky enough to happen upon a group of Talon mercs as you travel the wastes. Sometimes they'll broadcast a meeting location over the radio for ponies to find them. But why rely on a lucky chance when a short trip to the far east of Equestria, where the iron-pierced ruins of Griffinstone will lead you to Ironstand, the tainted home of the Talon Company mercenaries? I'm not certain why they chose to name their new home as they did, but I suppose they have a strange sense of humor. There are two ways of reaching Ironstand if you're looking to hire Talons: the Trottingham Bridge and Horseshoe Bay. Unfortunately, between you and both these routes are two nasty cities. Up north, before you reach the bridge, you'll have to pass through Manhattan. Yeah, sorry about that. If you haven't heard the stories of Manhattan by now, then take a look around the book and you'll find the chapter on it. So, provided you can get through that route, you're gonna find yourself at the Griffin Coast with at least 2 days' journey down to Ironstand. Luckily, the effects of the megaspell that detonated there, spearing shards of iron through the ground and coating the lands with the stuff, you won't find any pony bothering you on that trip. The second route is to the south, Horseshoe Bay. And, of course, the city between you and it is Philadelphia, slaver capital. Our friendly leader, Red Eye, and his slavers live in that city. My suggestion is to circle around the west of the city, keeping your head down until you've circled to Baltimore. Once you make it to Horseshoe Bay, you'll be safe. The Talons have the whole area locked up nice and tight. The ponies living there hired them to keep the region safe. Ask nicely, and they'll take you on the trek across the still sea right into Ironstand. Now, even if you have no plan on hiring a Talon, I'd suggest familiarizing yourself with the white Talon logo worn on their armor. Not all Talons are hired by townsponies and merchants, so it's important to know the difference between the group of raiders you're about to ambush that have a griffin in their group and the group of raiders you're about to ambush that have a Talon in their group. I'm not saying they're unkillable death birdies, but they're tougher than your average raider, so just look after yourselves. Love, Ditzy.
To wonder sometimes, where do you picture me sitting when you read these? That is, if you picture me at all. Did you know that there are pictures of me on every single page of this guide? It's true. I had it printed with special ink so that only a few ponies could see it. How do you know if you're one of those ponies? Well, there's not really any unifying factor at play here. Not one that could make sense in a few words. That's why I'm dedicating an entire chapter of survival guide to it. Think it's a little weird that I'm dedicating an entire chapter of my book on saving your life in the mean land full of meanies to talk about weird stuff? Well, it's not the only weird thing that's going to happen in this chapter, so buckle up. Also, I totally dedicated an entire chapter to talking about a tree that kills ponies by singing about Amoria's, muffins. So it's not totally out of place for me to write weird things in this guide. There are things in this world that are strangely only encountered by a certain kind of ponies. Perhaps you might see an alien spaceship flying across the skies or crashing into the ground nearby. Maybe they're carrying a super awesome space gun that they
barely brought any ammo for. Those aliens clearly don't come from an apocalyptic nightmare, or they'd know to carry more firepower. Remember, every pony, you don't need to worry about rationing your ammo if you bring a muffin ton of it. Another time, I saw someone had written something in Old Zibration on a wall. They wrote Romanus et Domus. The silly writer didn't know it was supposed to be Equestria et Domus. There's no such thing as Romans in Equestria. What was super weird about this wasn't just that a graffiti artist didn't speak ancient Zibration, but rather that my traveling partner didn't see it and she walked right past it. I mean, to be fair, she's half blind in one eye and totally blind in the other, but still! We live in a weird, wonderful wild wasteland, and sometimes it's important to smile at things that we can never comprehend. Don't get me started on the holy hoof grenades, the dead dude with "Yeah!" written all over his dead face, or the dogs who were playing poker, which is normal because dogs are pretty smart. What was weird was that they were playing poker next to a statue of a yak in a doctor's outfit, and I've never met a yak with a medical degree. Also, this one dude started yelling, "Take drugs! Kill a bear!" at me for no reason, and it made me very sad. I like bears. Don't kill bears. Or do drugs. That part's important too. Have I done a chapter on the risk-benefit balance of drugs yet? It doesn't matter. There are more important things to talk about, and those old folks are being super loud. So, there are some strange and unusual things that happen in the wasteland, and while some of them are funny, others can be rather dangerous. Which is why I included not only this chapter, but the pictures of me hidden around the guide. If you haven't seen those pictures, it means you're going to face some strange occurrences, and you need to be extra cautious. Oftentimes, it may be something hard to notice, and other times it may even lead to a great victory, or a helpful find for you. But other times, well, it brings me back to the beginning of this chapter. That very first question I asked you. Where do you picture me sitting when you read these? Well, it depends on the draft. Third and final drafts are written in front of a typewriter for the sake of a neat final product. Pictures are all mouth-drawn, of course. Losing my teeth was actually super helpful, because now I can wedge a pencil right between two of the teeth that are still in my mouth. Oh, alright. I was getting distracted. Silly ditzy. Anyway, second drafts are usually written while I'm flying through the air, so you have no idea how much writing I do when flying. I fly into so many trees. But the first drafts? Well, most of those are written out in the field, out in the awesome wasteland that we all live in every day. That's how some chapters are inspired, actually. Like when some raiders are trying to kill me and eat my flesh and to wear my adorable face as a butt mask, I get down behind a big hill and think to myself, have I written about raiders yet? I should do that now. Thanks, raiders, you've been super helpful. Where am I now, you might ask? I'm hiding in a robotics factory in a desert trying to avoid 3 grannies trying to murder me with rolling pins.
You're probably scrunching up your nose, folding your ears back, and rechecking the cover of this book to make sure you're still reading the Wasteland Survival Guide. Once you confirm that you are still reading this book, you probably take another look at the table of contents to make sure this actually was a part of the book and not just a few pages of a history book stapled in by the previous owner or by the strange ghoulish mare you bought it from. You know the one. She had that pretty mane. But now that you've gone through all the motions and realized that the Wasteland Survival Guide is giving you a history lesson, you're probably harboring some strong feelings of annoyance towards me. Just let me explain.
The Wasteland Survival Guide is a mostly practical book about surviving in the Balefire apocalypse, with only a toothpick and curtain. Which reminds me, I should test that method. I'll have my assistant come over when I'm done writing this. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Silly ditzy. I'm a big believer in understanding the past to understand the world we live in now. How did everything get to be the way it is?
Why are certain groups of ponies behaving in a certain way? And what ponies don't like other ponies? You'd be super surprised to find out how useful this information all is. So, with that out of the way, let's get started on the alliances of the Great War. Now, the reason for understanding who was allied with who during the war is that, even today, it affects the upbringing and traditions of many ponies. You might not know why the Minotaurs hated the Centaurs, but you definitely know that you are a Pegasus and you hate the Earth ponies, zebras, and unicorns. So what happens if some poor traveler comes by looking for your help and he has a zebra companion? Why, you might end up looking like a big old butthead to him, and no pony's going to be happy. But if that pony's read the Wasteland Survival Guide's chapter on Great War Alliances, then he'd know to let the zebra wait at the door before speaking to you. Now let's get started! We're going to step back 200 years to the Great War and take a look at major players and factions. Obviously, there was Equestria and there were the zebras, the two largest and most powerful factions. The war revolved around these two giants, and it was at their behest that other nations began to join the war. During the early days, Equestrians worked to gain the support of the Buffalo, sending Rainbow Dash, who had a rapport with them, to handle the negotiations. Despite Dashy being a pretty awful negotiator, her history with them meant that they were more than willing to join what they expected to be a few small skirmishes. Yeah, going into the war, none of our allies actually thought the war would go on for longer than a year at the most, if even that. Boy, were we surprised a decade later when our kids were marching on the front lines. Anyway, the Equestrians found allies in the Centaurs as well, a fairly remote tribe close to zebra territory. They were a fantastic double threat, having the strength of their lower horse legs to pull heavy objects, but also having incredible fine manipulation skills since they had these awesome things called fingers and thumbs. They could be far more precise with dealing with complicated technology. Unfortunately, because the Equestrians had centaurs on their side, the Minotaurs joined the zebra purely out of spite. They'd been having their own feud with the centaurs for hundreds of years, and whilst it rarely ever fell into violence, the hatred was still deeply rooted enough for the Minotaurs to feel as though they had been passed up in favor of their enemies, and they were willing to go to war over it. Now, the Griffins were a natural force during the war, acting as mercenaries in the same way that they do now. Their culture had a strong focus on money and wealth, and it would be difficult to get a Griffin to do anything for you without paying them first and then paying them again afterwards. So when the war started and mercenary work became a valuable trade, the Griffins fell into it pretty comfortably. Of course, they had their own internal affairs to handle at first, since the Griffins were already a divided group at the time the war started. Most ponies are familiar with the place called Griffinstone, which is where most of the Griffins they've met come from since it's nestled pretty deep in the equestrian territory. But it's not actually the homeland of Griffins or their longest stronghold. Nope, the Griffinstone monarchy is actually a splintered group from the Skyfeather Republic, a much larger nation of Griffins which still flourishes today under a totally different system of government to which we ponies are used to. But that's a story for another day. Yet Yakistan chose to remain neutral, having had their fill of war after their last attempt at declaring war. The Yaks were nestled firmly in the mountains, and the trek would have been too difficult for invading armies to risk taking. I haven't been there since the war ended, so I'm not sure how they're doing. Maybe I'll go check it out sometime. You still with me? We're almost done, and then we'll have a chapter on something super exciting like bombs or guns as a reward. Now let's go into the Shetland Isles and Shireland. These islands lie between the zebras and the equestrians, and they made life really difficult for any naval forces trying to ferry troops across. They wanted nothing to do with our war, but rather than surround themselves with natural defenses like yaks, the island ponies climbed into their ships and started sinking invaders whenever they passed by. They gave the ponies and zebras so much trouble that they actually had to launch a joint assault on the isles.
working together to crush those who they thought were upstarts. It was the closest we ever came to peace, and maybe if we had won the battle, we would have seen the benefit of working together and found our way to peace. Alas, that didn't happen. Nope, not at all. And the Equestrian and Zebration forces were crushed by the Islanders, who had the home ground advantage as well as a much more experienced naval force. Now, just to add insult to injury, once the Islanders were finished defending their homes, they sent their fleets out to the equestrian city of Trottingham and the Zebration Cape coast to set fire to both of them. After that, the zebras and ponies sailed a wide berth around the islands when they were on invasion missions. Alright, we're on the last one now, and this one's... well, I don't have a lot of information on it, but I'll do my best. Let's step back a little further before Equestria was founded, when their homeland was being frozen by the Wendigos. Now, here's a question for all of you. What happened to our original home? During the war, the Ministry Mare sent some of their best agents to the original home of Ponies to banish the Wendigos from the land. And, of course, they were successful, though I'm not entirely sure how. I've been trying to dig up that information, but the terminal entries in the Ministry buildings has been difficult to gain access to. They only refer to the mission briefly as the Ossus. I've chosen to include this portion as there is certainly a faction of ponies that assisted during the Great War living in the old homeland of Equestria, but it seems like I'll have to do some research on them first. And I know just who can help me with that.
I've met all sorts of strange and interesting ponies in the Wasteland, from cyber ponies to glowing ghouls, children of Balefire, to one odd but very nice buck with a tree growing out of his head. But you'd think, no matter what their differences were now, any pony you'd meet would share at least one thing in common. They were born as a part of the 3 founding pony tribes. Well, not necessarily. Way back in ancient times, when the princesses were young and all ponydom was geeking out over this nifty new invention called the Make Big Heavy Things Go Places Easy device, later named the Wheel, the 3 tribes of Earth ponies, unicorns, and Pegasi lived in strife. I'm sure we all know the old Hearth-swarming tale. There are 3 tribes who didn't like each other, but reluctantly cooperated because each tribe has something the others need. Eventually, the constant bickering and feuding attracts Wendigos. The Wendigos create an endless, bitter winter, and the 3 pony tribes are forced to abandon their homes and move south to warmer climates. Now, this is the point where we usually follow the 3 tribes on their journey to eventually forming Equestria. But what a lot of ponies don't know is that not every pony made that journey. The most stubborn and perhaps most frightened members of the tribes refused to leave their home, instead opting to seek shelter in many deep underground caverns that dotted the northern territories. These caverns, so the stories go, were filled with gems and crystals that were so saturated with magic that it bled out into the air around them, affecting and being affected by any living creatures who happened by. This hardly meant anything to the original refugees other than a convenient source of non-flammable light, but over the course of a generation or 2, the ponies started to change. The unicorns absorbed the magic in the air like sponges. Like the very crystals in the walls, they became saturated with raw magical power to the point where the once elegant spirals of their horns were warped into twisted, red-hot spires. Excess magic leaked from their eyes and they were no longer bound by physical form, instead developing the ability to switch between physical and ethereal at will. these former unicorns took to calling themselves the Umbrum. The Earth Ponies, once great farmers on the surface, took to mining and cultivating usable minerals from their environment. Their natural connection to the Earth caused them to adopt the properties of the gems around them, making them diamond-hard and radiant. They developed such an affinity with the gems that they were even able to, somehow, cross them with organic crops, creating the famous crystal berries of the North. They took to calling themselves, rather aptly, Crystal Ponies. And finally, the Pegasi. No longer able to bask in the sunlight or soar through the wide open skies, no longer able to control the weather or build great cities of cloud, they did not adapt as smoothly to subterranean life as the other two tribes. Their coats and manes turned dull, losing their former color and luster. Their once proud feathered wings molted, becoming leathery and membranous. They had lost everything from their pride to their purpose in life. And without their one bargaining chip, weather control, they had no other way of gaining food from the earth and, later, crystal ponies, but to throw themselves on their mercy and beg charity. Well, they were given charity, of a sort. The Earth Ponies turned them into indentured servants, making them work long, hard hours hauling carts, scraping moss from stalactites. Or is it stalagmites? I never remember which is which. And basically doing all dull, menial work that they didn't want to do in exchange for some small rations of food. The unicorns, seeing an opportunity, took advantage of the situation. No longer needing to eat, subsisting solely on magical energy, they didn't have the same dependency on the Earth Ponies that the Pegasi did. But, accustomed to a certain way of life, they traded spells and magical aid in exchange for a share of the choicer, magic-rich crystals, and, of course, Pegasus servants. And unlike those early Earth Ponies who worked the Pegasi harshly, but respected that they were contract workers doing a job, the unicorns treated them like slaves. Any complaints the Pegasi raised were quickly stamped down. The unicorns had too much influence, and any Pegasus who complained was locked up for breach of contract, and if they didn't work, they didn't eat. For nearly 3 full generations, the Pegasi labored, starved, and were treated as animals, while the other tribes adapted and flourished. But the thing about slaves is they only remain docile and obedient so long as the fear of consequence outweighs the catharsis of revenge. And it only takes a single act of defiance to spark the embers of rebellion. Enter Countess Emerald Bathory, an Umbrum, and the cruelest, most sadistic pony who ever lived. On the surface, in public, she was the picture of nobility. She was witty, charming, genteel, and had the kind manners and style that would make even the stuffiest stuffed shirt in Ten Pony Tower feel shabby and uncouth by comparison. But at home, behind locked doors, Bathory was vain. What she feared more than anything else was aging and losing her beauty, so she thought she could take it from others. She had a large stable of slaves and more than enough wealth to influence and obtain as many more as she wanted. So, every so often, she'd take a slave into her home and torture them with special magical devices of her own creation. These devices made it so as pain and anguish flowed into a pony, happiness and hope flowed out. Bathory would collect the positive emotions into a special pool that turned them into a tangible liquid. Then she would bathe in it, content in the firm belief that happiness was the key to keeping her young and beautiful, even as her poor slave wept for mercy. The slaves all knew what she was doing, but there was nothing they felt they could do. And they couldn't tell any pony without risking their mistress's wrath. All seemed hopeless. Until, one day, she decided to invite her very own hoof maiden, a young mare named Ruby, into her private chambers. Why did she choose her own hoof maiden? No pony knows for sure. Some say she noticed handsome young gentle stallions eyeing Ruby instead of her. Some say she was just bored and wanted a change in staff. But, whatever her reason, Ruby was her next victim. Or, so she thought. Ruby was a fiery soul who felt no fear for her oppressors, but anger at the suffering and hunger that she and her kind were forced to endure. So, when it came time for her to join her mistress in the secret chambers, well, let's just say the nobles who arrived the next day to check on Bathory found Ruby bathing in the pool. Once filled with happiness and hope, now filled to the brim with blood. Beside the pool were bodies, as piled high as the ceiling. The Countess, every member of her family, every umbrum that had inherited her manor, were dead. As were those unfortunate nobles who didn't realize until it was too late that the slave pens they had passed on the way in were open and empty. Stories of Ruby spread like wildfire amongst the slaves. She had not only defied and overthrown her own mistress, but she had proven that others could do the same, leading to revolt after revolt as she and her band freed many of their brothers and sisters. Ruby became known as the Slaves' Countess, Countess Ruby Bayadesenge, or Ruby Bloodbath, for those of you who can't speak Old Ponish. And it wasn't long before every slave who wasn't hastily culled by their masters was freed and following their countess's lead. Safe to say, they no longer wanted charity. They had been treated like animals their whole lives, so they'd now return the favor. The tribe of the Bat, as they would later become known, decided that all other ponies, Crystal and Umbrum alike, should be nothing more than cattle. You see, the gems in the walls not only altered them for underground life, but the magic, combined with their years of starvation, changed them on the inside. Their bodies, desperate for nutrition, adapted to whatever they were given, and suddenly, they were given a lot of protein-rich blood as the freed slaves turned the ponies who starved them into the meal of choice. They became what your local medical pony would call true sanguivores. Years of conflict followed. The victims had become the perfect predators. They were agile, vicious. Their voices, no longer able to produce speech audible to any pony but themselves, could emit an ultrasonic screech that, when combined with their sensitive hearing, gave them a very bat-like radar sense. And, scariest of all, they had, through drinking Umbrum blood, adopted some of the former unicorn's ethereal magic. They could sink into any shadow and reappear out of any other shadow, which meant there was no hiding from them. So, many died. While many miles to the south, Equestria was forming under the fire of friendship. The caverns of the northern underground were running red in blood of guerrilla warfare. Crystal ponies utilized their strength and ingenuity. Umbrum brought forth their greatest and most terrible magics, and the Bat ponies fought them both with cunning, stealth, and almost feral ferocity. Were this a storybook, the plucky former slaves would have won, overthrown their tyrant masters, and set the world right again. But this isn't a storybook, it's a survival guide. And, dear reader, if you want to survive long enough in a world that wants to kill you, listen well to your old pal Ditzy. Numbers count. For the sake of self-preservation, the Umbrum and Crystal ponies had banded together in a single tribe, combining their strengths and covering for each other's weaknesses. Even in the most optimal circumstances, the Bat ponies would have been outnumbered 2-1. The circumstances were far from optimal. Countess Ruby led a brave and bloody campaign, but eventually, her luck ran out. She was slain in combat by the Princess of the Crystal Ponies herself, and what was left of her forces were faced with only one choice: flee or die. So they fled, following their ancestors' path south and leaving the Northern Territories to their fate. What happened to the Umbrum and the Crystal Ponies after that? I'm not entirely sure. There are all kinds of rumors and old pony tales about evil overlords, crystal heart attacks, flugelhorn jousting, but I'm still researching. Perhaps they'll be the subject of a later chapter. I do, however, know that following that final skirmish, the tribe of the Bat were broken. Many of their families were gone, and they could never return to the only home they had ever known, and their beloved leader had been defeated. None of them had met true Earth ponies, Pegasi, or unicorns before, and when they did, they were met with screams of panic. Rude, but not entirely unfounded. I'd be pretty startled too if a pony who looked like they'd come from a horror movie suddenly popped out of the shadows in the middle of the night and started screeching at me. In fact, I was. Boy, was my face red when I realized they were not entirely unfriendly. The main problem was, even if their looks weren't an issue, they drank blood. That freaked ponies out. Even if it was only animal blood, the Bat ponies having taken a vow to never drink the blood of the innocent ponies, it was still blood. And the ponies in the south saw such an act as monstrous. It didn't help that the Bat ponies only came out at night, a lifetime of dark caverns having made them particularly sensitive to bright light. In those days, the only ponies who were awake past sundown were on-edge town guards and the odd drunk staggering home from the local tavern. Not the best envoys for those in search of open minds. After a number of failed attempts to integrate, the Bat ponies decided to just go away, find a quiet little cave, and fade into obscurity. But then, who should they bump into but Princess Luna herself? She had no fear of them. In fact, she was overjoyed to find an entire small community that stayed awake all night. Once, she had solved the communication problem by giving the Bat ponies special medallions imbued with alicorn magic that allowed them to alter their pitch and timbre of their voices at will. They shared stories and woes alike. Luna empathized with their plight and offered to help them find a new home. They found a promising spot and with the princess's help even drove out the tatzelworms that were infesting it. Their first victory since they lost Ruby. And, for those interested, the ruins of Hallow Shade settlement are still around to this day, just a few days' trot northeast of Philadelphia. But be careful, I hear it's haunted. Ooh. Anyway, thanks to Princess Luna, the Bat ponies had a new home and a strong new leader they could look up to. In no time, they became the princess's most loyal followers and personal royal guard. Even after Luna's banishment as Nightmare Moon, the Thestral Guard, as she had called them, returned to their quiet life in Hollow Shades, remaining loyal to the memory of Luna and waiting patiently for the day that she'd return.
For those of you fresh off my chapter on rare tribes, I bet you're wondering, Ditsy! Ancient history is all well and good, but I live in the present. How does any of that relate to me or help me survive? Good question. I should get to that part. Well, to pick up, during the war, the Thestrals didn't really change all that much.
They were Luna's personal guard before, and they continued to be her personal guard during. Albeit much more heavily armed and on higher alert due to the constant assassination threats and attempts, there were rumors that they were involved in some kind of shady, covert ops dealings with the Ministry of Awesome, but I've never been able to find any evidence to substantiate that. When the bombs fell, what happened to them? Did they all die by Luna's side? Did they disappear into the shadows like ghosts, never to be seen again? Is there a stable somewhere out there where all of the bunks hang upside down from the ceiling? I have no idea. I'm sure a great many of them died in Candlelit on that last day, and as far as I've been able to find out, there were no Bat Pony stables. But, like all of us, small pockets of them somehow found a way. Remember when I said they weren't entirely unfriendly? Well, I was choosing my words carefully. You see, after the bombs fell, the bats faced all of the same problems and struggles that the rest of us did. Plus one more. Starvation. Again. And I know what you're thinking, but Ditsy, I face hunger every day. What makes them so different? Well, remember, they're sanguivores. They live on blood and blood alone. While they can and do enjoy things like exotic fruit juices, such things provide them no nutritional value. Blood is the only thing that does. So while we, the average wastelanders, are able to scavenge old beans or boxes of snack cakes or even hunt bloat sprites or rad roaches if we're particularly hungry, they can't. And while so many creatures are dangerously irradiated, most of the wild game they used to live on was rendered lethal to them. So, what do? The one thing they could. They turned to the only source of mostly radiation-free blood available, ponies. Gasp, you say. They all became raiders and butchers? The horror! Well, I'm not gonna lie. They, like most of us, are, at the end of the day, only ponies. And we all react to desperate circumstances in different ways. If you ever travel to the northwest, around the Vancouver and Luna Bay area, make sure you bring a lot of company. Go well armed and heavily armored. And bring as much light as you can manage. If you can't bring all those things, just take my advice and stay away. There's a raider gang in those parts calling themselves the Impalers. They're the largest gang in the northwestern wasteland and easily the most vicious on this side of Hoofington. Their leader is a very Bathory-esque fop of a bat pony called Lioncourt, who likes to think of himself noble but is just a sadist in a cravat. While only he and his equally cruel lieutenants are bat ponies, the rest of his gang are rumored to be cannibals. Lioncourt's favorite method of killing his victims is to impale them, tail to gullet, on great sharpened poles, but in such a way that none of the vital organs are damaged. He and his lieutenants would drain the victim to the brink of death, then force-feed them healing potions so that they could do it all over again the next night. In that way, it could take weeks for the poor victim to die and be fed to the rest of the gang. Terrible, I know, but just hold your horseradishes, buckos. Don't whip out the torches and pitchforks just yet. The Impalers are very much the exception, not the rule. Just like there are good and bad earth ponies, pegasi, and unicorns out there, there are good and bad bat ponies. Lioncourt and his gang are the bad. But the vast majority, like most ponies, are good. Generations of hardships have ingrained in most bat ponies a deep-rooted sense of empathy. They would never be the ones to make victims out of the innocent, even if it meant they, themselves, would go hungry. No. Most scattered far and wide, offering their services as mercenaries, caravan guards, scouts, and night watch ponies. But in exchange for their exceptional services, they asked for blood donations in addition to their caps. If blood wasn't freely offered, they'd simply move on. Try somewhere else, and no bat pony would ever visit that settlement again. I will say, from my own observations, that settlements and caravans that have shunned the bats tend to be a lot less safe than those who welcome them. Now, before you go out and start looking for fangs or leathery wings on your nearest guard, I do need to point out that most tend to hide their true nature. They'd wear sunglasses, heavy barding, baggy clothes, or even power armor at times while in public. And it's considered rude to just come out and ask. Bat ponies have grown used to being thought of as strange and different, and most, even now in our wild and weird wasteland, value their privacy and anonymity. If you do, however, ever have the good fortune to meet one, and they choose to reveal themselves for what they are, do yourself a favor. Make a new friend. Bat ponies are not only, for the most part, friendly. Once they know you well enough to open up, they make great companions. The fact that they're nocturnal means no more night shifts watched for you. They're great scavengers. Their spooky shadow melty ability letting them get up into a lot of spaces that you couldn't go. They can detect incoming enemies before even most pit bugs can. And they can fly. So, find yourself a skywagon and hit those thermals. Just remember to be extra friendly and carry a healthy supply of refillable IV bags, a few blood packs, and maybe some concentrated mango juice as a hello present. That's what I did.
Many of us are familiar with places in Equestria that you never visit, or creatures that you should always avoid. Old Appaloosa and Shattered Hoof are crawling with raiders and slavers. Hellhounds roam Old Olney. This is common knowledge in the wasteland, but there are some places that you would see as pedestrian, places that you would not realize are lethal until it's too late to escape them. Well, that's what this segment of the guide is about. And I'm going to start off with one of the stranger things of our dear post-apocalyptia. I'm talking, of course, about Amoria's Loins. Fair warning, I'd be lying if I said this came with all fun and no history. Having spent many years listening to DJ Pony's broadcast, I can guess that most of you are familiar with the works of the musician Amoria. Now, I don't want to betray my age for the cute stallions reading this book, but I was at the very first Amoria concert, at a small Zebration town in the Baobab Forest. She was having difficulty in booking a location for her first performance as a professional. For some reason, no pony would take her. So she walked right into the center of that town and began to play. Every zebra and every pony fell silent, and she became the only thing in the world to us. It was a wonderful performance. Amoria's soft voice and cello making it ever so simple to just slip away into the music. The next day, the town offered her an officially organized concert, one that would have landed a major payment for her. The kind of early career boost a musician would have killed for. She asked for the Emerald Grass Glade at the side of the town, a singularly beautiful place with a single baobab tree in the center. But the town's zebras would not allow it. It was the axis of shamanistic magic, a holy place to them. I saw something sway over Amoria that night, something that drew her to the glade. At midnight, she walked into the glade and began to sing. Her quiet song almost impossible to hear without straining your ears, but hear it I did, and my word, was it a filthy, filthy song. Thinking about it now would make me blush if the blood still flowed to my cheeks.
Perhaps because she believed no pony to be listening, she wanted to take the opportunity to sing this song that she'd never sing in public. Then she left, leaving the town for the next one on her list, the ever-going cycle of an unsatisfied artist. And for the longest time, that night was little more than a fond memory and a funny story. Until 20 years ago, I returned to that town to find a towering wall in a ring around the glade, hastily erected from wood of the forest. I entered the town only to be greeted by terrified ponies and warnings to stay away. But that was not the strange thing about the town. Not the thing that disturbed me. No. Every pony there had severed their ears from their heads. Some of it was recent, with fillies and colts who still had dried blood matting the sides of their fur where their ears used to be. They all wore padded bandages around their heads, all pointing at me, possibly expecting me to do the same. This story took some time to sort out, but I discovered that the tree in the center of the glade had changed since my last visit to the town. It started when the zebras left the stable near the town, finding the home of their ancestors waiting for them, untouched and unpopulated by raiders and monsters. At first, the ponies believed this was the work of Wasteland Craves maniacs, the kind their scouts had warned them of, but everything changed when their overmare claimed to hear the singing in her head, a soft singing of Amoria's loins. Then the overmare approached the tree, climbing up and over the mound of corpses, displacing the bodies of raiders, radroaches, and hellhounds, until finally she reached the tree. She began to sing. She began to sing a song that many of the town zebras described as incredibly filthy. But as she pressed herself against the tree, her voice changed. The singing voice was not hers. One of the mares recognized it from an old record she inherited. It was Amoria's voice. In a sudden moment, the branches of the tree swayed violently, wrapping themselves around her and squeezing tightly until, with a crunch, she popped. Blood spattered over her fellow steeple dwellers, and as her singing stopped, they began to scream. All but one of them. All but her sister and her daughter, her only blood relatives. They did not scream. They began to sing. Approaching the tree, they sang the same song, climbing over the remains of their overmare corpse, her blood soaking into the fur of their hooves until, like the overmare, they were killed. In the years since then, the zebras of the town had lived in fear of the tree and of the glade. The tree summons a pony to its roots, and then, once it's begun to consume them, drinking their blood through the soil to keep its evergreen grass healthy, it begins to sing the song over to their relatives, summoning them to its deadly allure. I'm not sure what happened to the tree or the glade. It's not as though I understand magic fully, so perhaps you can figure out why the tree warped in the way that it did. In a world that was warped with radiation, it's sad to think that even our fondest, most simple memories can be distorted as well. I'm gonna be honest, this chapter is pretty much just for the ghoul-related survival. Living horses don't need to read this, though you'll probably get an awesome history lesson out of it. Right, everyone on the same page? Great. Let's talk about heroes. The heroes we grow up with are rarely the heroes we keep once we're actually grown up, and this is especially common during the war. It must have been tough to idolize Rainbow Dash when she went from being one of the fastest flyers in Equestria to a soldier in the Equestrian army. Ponies change, and heroes change. It's a fact of life that one day, the worst day, you'll realize your heroes aren't perfect, unless you're me and your hero is the Grainne Mhaol, in which case you get a hero who remained a badass for hundreds of years.
Through treaties, negotiations, and discreet strong-arming, the Equestrians and Zebraceans were pulling the other species and nations into our war, with most nations folding fairly quickly into a conflict that touched all corners of the world. And the Equestrians attempted to gain a hoofhold in the British Isles, which were known for their naval capabilities. At first, things appeared to be going just right for the Equestrians, with Trottingham agreeing to join their side and allowing Steel Ranger bases to be set up on their land. But the Shetland Isles and Shireland were much less accommodating, refusing to join the war and threatening to take up arms against any mainlanders attempting to bring that war to their home. They began to sink ships belonging to zebras and equestrians that came too close, resulting in a temporary truce being called between the two mortal enemies. The equestrians and zebras invaded the islands in a combined effort to put an end to their meddling, but were unable to achieve victory. This is something you already know about, having read my chapter on the Great War Alliances. But what you may not know is that the resistance against the mainlanders was not necessarily sanctioned by the Shetland and Shireland governments, but was instead formed from rogues leaving their navies to fight. Former sailors mutinied against their captains and stole ships, taking control of a town in South Shireland as their base of operations. Now, we're gonna flash back for a moment to before the Great War, to a time where there was peace around the world and conflicts rarely expanded beyond pie wars and duels that were typically conducted with wet fish instead of swords. There was a young filly in Shireland who wanted to go sailing with her merchant father, but he told her that the sea was no place for a mare because long and beautiful meremains would get caught in the, shipping stuff. Okay, I don't know boat terms, sue me. Also, you can't really see it, but I'm scrunching really hard right now because this is, like, super duper intense. That's my scrunching noise. Anyway, when the father came down to the docks early the next morning, ready to set sail and deliver his goods to Equestria, there was his daughter, standing on the deck of the ship having shaved off her mane and most of her tail. What else could her father do but let her come with? So began the seafaring life of Grainne Mhaol. She spent 10 years on the seas learning to sail and command a ship, so that by the time she was a grown mare, she knew her trade better than most ponies she began sailing with. However, her time on the ship was cut short as she reached the age of marriage, and because the British Isles aren't as forward-thinking as Equestria, she was expected to give up her life of sailing and take a husband. Which she did, marrying the chieftain of another seafaring clan on a small island off the coast of Shireland. And she lived with her husband for many years, right into the time of the Great War, in fact. Her husband was one of the sailors to gather his ships and join the resistance, beginning his own fight against Equestria. Their island became an important resting point for the Shireland pirates, and although Grainne had put the seafaring life behind her, she was dedicated to the task her husband had set before her. She helped care for the wounded returning from battles at sea, aiding in repairing any damaged ships, and gave food and shelter to those who needed it. But all of that changed when the Equestrian army discovered the location of their island and learned from Mhaol what significance it held. They sent their ships to Grainne's doorstep and began an attack on what would take the lives of her new family. Seeing the death in front of her, Grainne could no longer remain as the wife of a sailor, remembering a time where she cut off her own mane to get aboard a ship. She took command of the islands and the defenders, and over the course of 3 nights, she held off attacking Equestrians. At first, it seemed as though the island would fall with their forces wary and outgunned, but a scheme from a fellow crewmate saw the pirates swimming to the Equestrian ships at night and detonating gunpowder within them. When the smoke and fire had cleared, Grainne sailed her single remaining ship through the wreckage of the Equestrian ships and on to her new life as a pirate captain. Over the course of many years, the pirates of Shylon were a thorn in the Equestrian and Zebrations, with Grainne being the chief among those thorns. And while I was a male mare in Equestria hearing the stories of a badass pirate mare, and whilst it did suck that she was technically my enemy, she was also way too cool to not admire. She was once summoned to parley with Celestia and Luna themselves, and once she got there, she refused to speak a word of Equish to them. It was so awesome! Now, I won't give you all the details of her life and how she fought in the war because it's a very long and involves a ton of battles and victories and defeats that we don't have time to get into. I'm only giving you the basics of her backstory because if you were a ghoul who is reading this, then you'll need to know what kind of mare she is. When the bombs fell, Grainne was not killed, instead joined the ranks of the undead, which is why I'm telling you about her in the first place, because her pirate ship is now a safe haven for ghouls. Grainne had been captured and taken to the Equestrian mainland by the time the bombs had fell, so when she came back as a ghoul, she wasn't able to make her way to the sea. Instead, she roamed the mainland for just over 100 years. We even met a few times, which was super exciting because I hadn't met too many ghouls at the time, especially not glowing ghouls, so meeting a friendly face was really super cool, and then realizing that friendly face was also the face of some pony you idolized when you were younger, so it was even cooler, and then super cool, and then we got to hang out, and I just... Stay focused, Ditz horse. Stay in the game. Alright, so... Once the first pockets of society had started to return to the wasteland, the world became far less safe for ghouls. Not every town greeted us with bullets, but it was definitely most of them for a good few years. Some of us made do by finding towns made up entirely of ghouls, but those would also get picked off by misguided wasteland survivors, trying to find homes for normal ponies. Grainne didn't see a future for ghouls on land, and once she learned that the oceans were unlivable storms of irradiated water, she made a beeline. Gathering any ghouls she met along the way, she formed her own crew of pirate ghouls, and I'm an honorary member. So, ghouls, if you're looking for a home where the living can't get within shooting distance of you, then you should make your way to the Manhattan docks every full moon, because one of Grainne's ships will arrive looking for new ghouls who have heard the call. Which is why I've written this chapter, so that you know there is a place that is going to accept you, that's going to give you a home and a family and the coolest captain ever. A few of these chapters I've been writing are about locations or different creatures roaming the Equestrian wasteland. This is important because, just like with ponies and zebras, the Great War affected all of them as well. However, some of them were slightly less affected than others, and because of that, they've been able to maintain a certain lifestyle even after the Balefire bombs. One such place has come to be known as Mare Harbor. The name comes from a really old term, Mare Australis, which just means South Sea. But most ponies stop using the word mare for water because, well, it's spelled the same as mare for mares. Mare also became a double meaning because the harbor of the island is the only place actually marred by radiation. In case you haven't figured it out yet, the island is located way far to the south, so it's a bit of a journey to get there. But if you happen to be down on that side of the world, it is one of the biggest trading posts you can visit. I first heard about it when I was making a delivery down there for this hippogriff. Hippogriffs are a lot rarer to find around Equestria than griffins, which may seem similar at first, but they're different. Do not confuse them. It's insulting to both. With griffins, their tail, hind legs, and butt are like a lion. With griffins, their tail, hind legs, and butt look like a pony, except
they don't have cutie marks. I only met 1 or 2 hippogriffs before the war because there were a lot less of them than griffins. Although they were much stronger allies with Equestria, they didn't have magic in the same way as ponies or zebras, so while they helped us during the war, it was a relatively small contribution. However, the one magic they do have is what makes them so neat. It's also the reason why they've survived pretty well since the war. You see, the hippogriffs can transform into sea ponies, real sea ponies that sing and dance underwater. Long before the Great War, the hippogriffs used this magic to survive some other conflicts. Back then, it was because of some magic pearl or gem or something. But the few Balefire bombs that landed near them made it so that the pieces of the pearl became a part of them. So now every hippogriff can transform into a sea pony from birth. And they are so nice. Even though Mare Harbor is radiated, they still come down to trade with ponies and other travelers that are crossing the sea, which they don't have to do. The mountain on their island is very tall and not really radiated above a certain altitude. The water part of their kingdom, where they're sea ponies, is basically radiation-free because of the Arctic Ocean currents. That package that I mentioned earlier was from this hippogriff... Buck? I'm not really sure if Buck is the right word. This guy said he'd take it there himself, but he had some other stuff to do first, so I handed over my absolutely everything store to a Mare friend for a few weeks, and spent a long time flying all the way down to Mount Eris. When I first landed in Mare Harbor, I saw a variety of boats that were docked in a long beachfront with shops and things that were run by hippogriffs. Then in the water below the boats, there were sea ponies fixing them up to make it through rough waters of the sea. Even though the fog was a bit hazy and green, you could see the normal hippogriff city way up on the mountain behind these giant stone wings that looked super cool. I talked to a few vendors on the boardwalk, and they didn't even flinch when they saw how squishy I looked. They just talked to me like normal and waited for me to write questions on the chalkboard. Unfortunately, there were like hundreds of them, so it took me a while to find the Mare girl I had to deliver the package to. Eventually, one of them knew her and flew me up the mountain to the city. In the little house on the side of the town was this periwinkle blue hippogriff with the brightest pink eyes who was really excited to see the package. She tore it open with her claws, and inside was this very fancy necklace with green gems. I actually had no idea I was carrying something that valuable, so I was really glad that nothing happened to it on the flight to the town. She squeed and put on the necklace, then hugged both me and her friend who was still standing there. The hippogriff guy was her fiancé, and she was very worried when he first left for a trip to Equestria. Because of the danger, he didn't want her to go, but at the same time, she didn't want him to go either. But it was something he said he had to do because he wanted to gather up books and other knowledge from the mainland about what they had been doing since the war. Because even with the sea traders, not many ponies from the north made it all the way down to Mare Harbor for any reason. When he first came into absolutely everything, he was just looking for books. Any books I had. Which is one of the first things that really got me thinking about writing this book, the one that you're reading right now. Luckily, I was able to sell him an arcane science book and some old medical journals that he put into his small personal skywagon. Then, when he saw that I did deliveries, he asked me about sending something all the way down to the hippogriff town to his special some pony. Some creature. His fiancé. That way, she'd know he was fine and would be home soon again. Besides how warm and fuzzy their love story makes me feel, I also remember that trip because of how much of an effect the rest of the hippogriffs had on me. The whole time I was down there, none of them treated me any different for being a ghoul or not having a tongue. They were patient and understanding as I tried to figure out where the heck this chick lived by writing out endless questions in chalk. And to find out, even though they could fly and swim and basically avoid Balefire all of their lives if they wanted to, they still set up a set of shops in Mare Harbor to trade with ponies who sailed by. So if you ever find yourself way down there for any reason, take a visit to Mare Harbor. You'll find some of the friendliest bird ponies you can imagine. think of dentistry, they think it's a luxury from back before the war. Now, don't get me wrong, back before the war things were a lot different, and usually the worst that would come out of skipping a trip to the dentist was a sore tooth the next time you ate too many sweets, which would always come as a surprise to your mom because you told her it wasn't you who was taking the cookies from the jar, and then you got scolded in front of every pony at the dentist's office, and then you got grounded, and wait, I got sidetracked. I used to end up in the dentist office all the time, and usually all it meant for me was a reminder to brush my teeth more, and sometimes some painkillers while the pain went away. They also said not to eat too much sugar while you took them, but I never listened very well. Muffins were just too tempting. Here in the Wasteland, though, it's way different. Losing a tooth might not seem like the difference between life and death, but it's more important than you think. Now, I know what you're thinking. Ditzy, you don't have that many teeth left. How come you're writing a chapter about dentistries? Well, being a ghoul and all, I don't have to worry about infection. Radiation kills off pretty much any bacteria that would try to hurt any of my remaining chompers. And I can tell you from experience, it's a lot harder to eat when you don't have much to eat with. There are plenty of challenges that you want to avoid. It's tough biting into a carrot, especially when there's always a chance that one of my teeth might get stuck into it. That's why I stick to muffins mostly. They're nice and soft, and I could eat them forever. Teeth are important for chewing food. If you lose too many, you'll be stuck living off Sparkle Cola for the rest of your life. And I've heard that not only rots your teeth, but can also rot other parts of you. So, unless you'd like to spend your final days slurping irradiated soda, I'd take care of your teeth before it's too late. Teeth are also useful as last-minute defense. While you wouldn't want to bite most things that you come across in the Wasteland, in fact, you probably don't want to be within throwing distance of some of them, biting can often be a last resort. You can chew through ropes that slavers used to tie you to a cage, or, better yet, bite the slaver themselves before they can tie you up. You can use your teeth to rip cloth into bandages, or bare them at a radhog trying to scare it away. I suppose you have to have really scary looking teeth for this to work, but I don't recommend it unless you have no other options. Teeth can save your life if you really stop and think about it, which I don't recommend doing for more than a moment or two, unless you have the time. You know, it's your life. I'm not the boss of you. If you lose a tooth, you're also at risk for infection, which can kill you as easily as a bullet can. It just takes a little longer, and some say it hurts a little more. It's also pretty difficult to give a settlement that you've discovered a great big friendly smile if you don't have any teeth to smile with. How can you ensure that your teeth don't fall out of your head and leave you gumming at your canned carrot paste like a baby alligator with no teeth? Well, the easiest way is to brush your teeth every once in a while. Now, before the war, we would do it every day. But here in the Wasteland, sometimes you just don't have time to sit down and clean your teeth before bed every night. Still, it's a good habit to get into, and can prevent an awful lot of pain. So, here are some basics to brushing your teeth, Wasteland style. Use a toothbrush if you can find one. There are those long, skinny brushes with soft bristles at the end. If you can't find one, a paintbrush or something similar could work in a pinch. A paper towel or really clean cloth wrapped up can do good as well, as long as you wrap it up and use it gently. Just make sure that it's clean and you get everything off first. You don't want neon pink teeth from leftover paint after all. You should also use toothpaste if you happen upon any and it isn't too irradiated. Unless you're a ghoul, in which case, go right ahead. Sometimes you can find it in bathrooms and suitcases. If you can't find any, you can make your own with baking soda and peppermint if you have any. Water works as well as a last resort. Also, flossing is a pretty good idea. Take a clean bit of thread and thread it between your teeth, all the way to the gums. This can get out any leftover bits of food and keep you from having any stray chunks of goddess knows what in your smile. I was gonna wrap this up here, but I had to add a little section on what to do and, more importantly, what not to do if your tooth hurts. I feel silly having to write this out, but you wouldn't believe what some ponies have done trying to get rid of a toothache. So, what not to do if your tooth hurts? Don't just yank it out. Don't yank it out with the string tied at the end of a brick. Seriously, don't. I've seen a stallion try to, and get hit in the face with the brick as a result. All his efforts earned him was a brick-shaped bruise on his muzzle. Don't try to pull it out by hoof. You could end up biting your hoof, and that only increases your chance of getting infected if you bite yourself an open wound. And definitely don't smash your muzzle with a hammer. That doesn't fix anything. Just trust me on this one. What you should do is try to find a doctor. I know they have some in Friendship City, Ten Pony Tower, and New Appaloosa that can help. They can take a look at it and fix it up if they can. If they remove it, they'll do a better job because they have tools and experience. Or, at the very least, they're confident enough to pretend they have experience. Really, if you think about it, confidence is the first step to success in any field. I'm kidding, of course. Please find the closest thing to an actual doctor. If you can't find a doctor, use medics to numb the worst of the pain, then try to use a mirror and see what's the problem. If you haven't brushed your teeth in a long time, be prepared for a less than pleasant grin when you see your reflection. Remove the tooth if it looks like it's gotten infected, if it's black, bleeding excessively, or glowing bright green. That's a good sign that it isn't healthy. Then try to bandage it up with gauze or clean cloth. Take some more medics as needed to stave off infection. If anything, it can serve as a good reminder to take better care of your dental hygiene. You may not think about it often, but dental hygiene is just as important as other hygiene. And hygiene in the Wasteland is very important, not only for keeping yourself healthy and moderately presentable, but also giving yourself a sense of cleanliness, and that can help a lot for your outlook. Dental hygiene is something that's often overlooked in the Wasteland, but out of all of the different things you have to do each day, it doesn't exactly make the top 10 on your to-do list. Still, it's extremely important, and taking good care of your teeth will help guarantee that when you smile at a stranger in the Wasteland, they'll always smile back. I know I always will.
Why do we survive? Survival is important. It's what we all strive for. It's what we think of when we wake up each morning. It's what leaves us sleeping lightly. It dogs our every step during all the time in between. It's 1/3 of the title of this book. But after almost 200 years, aren't you tired of just surviving? Don't you have any goals beyond waking up and making sure you'll live long enough to sleep a few hours later? Why are you reading this book? Is it because you want to survive? Why do you want to survive? What exactly is it that you have to do today? What exactly is it that you have to do tomorrow? When you're in danger, what's the first thing that flashes through your mind? Do you feel a wave of regret? Flashes of everything you have yet to finish? Do you imagine what the world would be like without your contribution? What about frustration? Building up inside you, causing your hooves to vibrate and your teeth to clench because you have so much more to do and so much more to make right, and death is just going to get in your way. Does this turn to anger? Are you ready to fight for your life because it is what is owed to you, because you have your family to protect and a legacy to build or a story to tell? Why do we survive? Desire, anger, frustration, regret, guilt. These emotions, these feelings are all driven by things that we still have yet to accomplish, the things that we want to do in the next days of our lives. It was those desires that kept soldiers during the Great War alive. It was those desires that let them fight harder, run faster, and strive to survive. Before Fallout Day, I was a mail pony. I delivered messages from the Warcom offices at the Ministry of Mhaol to the families of the soldiers. I'd been speaking to these ponies for years, most of my life, so they knew me, they trusted me, and they talked with me. Even in the later days of the war, when trust had all but vanished from pony minds and we'd shut ourselves behind our closed doors, our bright clothing and loud music, even in those dark days, these ponies knew that they could always trust Ditsy Do. They spoke to me, asked me to stay with them as they read out their letters. They asked me to hold them when they needed the comfort of a friend. This happened more times than I can count, more than once a day towards the end of the war. I remembered every letter I delivered to them. I remembered every story from the war that passed through my mail sack. And these soldiers, all of them at some point told their families that they were afraid of dying. This was not an act of cowardice, and their fears were nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, these fears were what kept them going, what kept them alive. These ponies had something to lose. They had families to return to, promising future careers, cross-continental hikes for their bucket list. One mare wanted to have an orgy that involved one member of every species. Well, except for yaks. There was some interesting letters, but they all had stories of desires from what they wanted to accomplish after the war. Most of these soldiers described at one time or another a near-death experience. A hail of bullets bolting towards their heads, explosions threatening to tear them to pieces. Their fears, their bodies, moved them from danger, kept them safe. That desire to live on for something other than the sake of living kept them alive. Not that this was a perfect plan for protection, but I do know it gave those ponies an edge over the Wastelanders of today. In these letters, the soldiers talked about what went through their minds in instance of their almost deaths. Fear of leaving family behind, guilt over an argument with a friend, shame from a failure in a workplace. Their fears and terrors were never about the idea that their lives would end, but rather what would never be done after their deaths. Why do we survive? The reason I'm asking this question, the reason I'm telling you about these ponies is because it might be the most important lesson you learn here. If you don't have a reason to survive, to live on and fight, then you should find a reason, or stop trying to survive. Find your reason, find your purpose, then fight like hell to keep it. I feel like I've completed a good portion of this Wasteland Survival Guide, and I think I have a good way of putting it together. Essentially, I want to arrange the chapters in the order that ponies might need to know certain things. So, if you get popped into our world through a magic mirror or something, you can flip through the pages and the first ones you see will be the first things you need to know to, well, not die. This chapter will probably be going further to the back because it's not so much about finding something to eat or drink as it is about making something new. And the best way to make something new is by remembering all the things you did something else wrong so you don't do it again. Then
Over time, you'll see that after 8 Father's Days, the clay mugs get closer and closer to being symmetrical. Well, for the most part, anyway. Then you learn that your paper route makes you actual money, so you can buy mugs instead. But then he says that he misses the wing-made ones, so you make new ones together and find out that those ones become the best mugs of them all. Anyway, my point is that the best way of learning from mistakes that were made in the past is to keep records of anything you can. Preserving knowledge in any form. Books, terminals, holotapes, memory orbs, or actual vinyl records is so important if you are setting up a new town or settlement. For instance, we are fixing some of the train cars around New Appaloosa, where my store absolutely everything is. So, come and say hi and buy something if you need it. And there was a really smart earth pony who knew all about mixing chemicals who said, "That welding torch is going to explode if you light it like that." And when I asked what he meant, he pulled out this really old manual that showed the exact amounts of gas and air that had to be mixed together. And I set the dials backwards, which totally would have exploded on me. And the reason he knew that is because of the old manual that he had found and studied and preserved. There's so many things that got destroyed by the war. Whatever kind of books or holotapes you can find could be very important and you might not even know it. I try to always make copies of books that pass through my shop so I can redistribute them later if need be. But sometimes I would ignore things that didn't seem valuable at all. It's really expensive to make ink or clean paper, and some stuff I just didn't think would be worth it. But then one of the books that I hadn't copied was picked up by some pony in my shop who had said that it was a journal of some pony really special, that they were from ancient history and wrote this really beautiful poetry. I had read some of it, but it just seemed like a regular diary to me. However, this pony was so moved by it, saying that he thought it had been lost. Then he paid me 100 bits for it, so I really couldn't say no. So, my suggestion is that if you do come across any kind of books or written information like that, try as hard as you can to make copies of it or store it somewhere safe, like a new library. You can even just move into an existing library from before the war. Just make sure there aren't any raiders in there first. With holotapes and terminals, it's very similar and usually a lot easier to make copies. Especially if you happen to have a pip-buck, you can copy a lot of information into one of those and then back it up on a server at your own settlement. You might even find some video games by doing that, which can be super fun. Like this one game, which has always been my favorite, where you play as a snake that has to eat things. But the more things he eats, the longer he gets. Then, eventually he eats so much he fills up his cage and the game ends. It may seem silly, but that is important information too. Because when ponies eat things, they don't get taller, they just get fat. But if you find information on a way for ponies to get taller instead of fatter, that could be super helpful. Finally, if you do come across any actual records like black vinyl discs, you definitely want to preserve those too. It's pretty easy to rebuild a phonograph to play music on them, but if you want to get the most use out of them you can, you first want to take it over to 10 Pony Tower in Manhattan and let DJ Pony make a copy of it. That way, the music can play all over the wasteland for every pony to hear. More than anything, that's the most important part of record keeping. You don't just want to preserve the knowledge for yourself, you want to preserve it for everyone. Even if you don't find any use in it, you could mean the world to some pony else who loves really old poetry. And if that information, those old records, could turn out to be something very essential, then you could be helping everyone by keeping it safe. At the end of the Great War, we got really good at destroying things, but it doesn't have to be like that. We could be the ones to protect what's left, to make sure that we carry it on for future generations who haven't been born yet. And before you know it, you'll realize that you're building something new together, and it'll be better than the older stuff ever was.
if you're reading this, then I've been having just the best time ever. I'm in such a wonderful mood, and I hope this chapter will carry on through the ages so that you can feel the same way I'm feeling right now. I'm talking about celebrations. What's a celebration, you might ask? Well, I've chosen that word because I wanted to cover every possible occasion that might bring out the same feeling of joy and contentment. That warmth all over your body, like the world can feel like it's a pretty nice place. A celebration can be all sorts of things. It can be a small group of ponies gathered together to enjoy something they love, something that they are all passionate about that brings them together. It could be your village throwing a big party to celebrate when a pony gets their cutie mark. It could be a victory party when you've finally killed that huge monster that's been attacking your town. And depending on what kind of monster it is, you could probably use it as a feast too. Like I've talked about in other chapters of this Wasteland Survival Guide, sometimes life isn't just about survival. If you spend too much time focusing on the next meal or rationing the last of the clean water, you could lose all enjoyment in life and forget why it's worth living in the first place. I've been around for a very long time, and my life has changed a lot over those years. I started out as a filly in Cloudsdale, then I moved to Ponyville where I met so many wonderful new Earth Pony and Unicorn friends. I even met the Ministry Mares. But after that was the war, which turned me all weird and gross and squishy. If I had focused on all the bad in life, it would be horrible. Which is why, every once in a while, you need to just throw a party with some friends to celebrate what really matters. And the reason why I'm so happy right now is I just got back from a celebration just like that. Every year, Ten Pony Tower throws a winter ball that used to celebrate the changing of the seasons. It was so magical because it was around the time of hearthwarming too, so things were usually very festive. Of course, since the Great War, things have changed a little. For one thing, you can't really tell when the seasons change anymore. It's all basically one big nuclear winter wonderland. Those ghouls out there know that Ten Pony is not too fond of us. At least around the time that I'm writing this, I hope that changes someday. Ten Pony Tower was putting on a ball like it always did, with lots of dancing to classical songs and holiday tunes, pretty dresses and tuxedos and food and punch. Even though I couldn't go to the winter ball itself, I still got to be a part of it. DJ Pony set up a dance floor on the balcony outside his big penthouse suite, so after the normal ball was over and all of the stuffy Ten Pony types were drunk and sleeping, we had a second winter ball right there under the clouds. It was so nice of him. He was there, and so was Duchess Rosepetal, and Homage, and Amberhorn, and Battered Blade. It was a masquerade ball, so everyone was wearing a mask. I almost couldn't tell who was who sometimes. I had such a fun time, and I wouldn't trade those memories for anything. So that's what I'm trying to tell you here. Even though things can be hard out there, and the wasteland could be a pretty harsh place, take some time every once in a while to have a big celebration. It doesn't even matter what you're celebrating, as long as you're doing it together. And those good times will make the bad times worth surviving. Okay, well, this is a chapter I wasn't really looking forward to writing, like, at all, but it's something that's so important that basically every pony goes through it in the wasteland, so it needs to be included. If you're a little colt or filly reading this, please don't. Give it to an adult to read and teach you about it delicately, okay? Okay, here we go. The birds and the bees. That's basically a very, very old-fashioned term that comes from way before the Great War. It made a lot more sense before the Great War too, when birds and bees were normal animals and not giant flying monstrosities. The phrase is supposed to be a nice euphemism for the circle of life and love and babies. But ultimately, it just means puberty and sex stuff. Now, I could go referencing my own experience in all this, but no, not going to do that. Luckily, I found a medical journal that puts everything in much more sciencey terms that are a lot more useful. This journal also has a lot of graphics and pictures that I'm not going to draw. If you happen to find one out in the wasteland, it would be best to give it to a medical pony in your group or settlement. But since I don't have a way of just copying this journal, I'm going to have to write some stuff out for the printing press. I'll cover the colts first because, frankly, they're a lot simpler when it comes to this stuff. When a young colt reaches a certain age, he's going to go from thinking all fillies are icky and gross and pulling on their tails to mess with them to thinking they're not so icky. They'll also have a newfound respect for their tails. This is all a natural process basically everyone goes through a few years after they get their marks, usually around the age that they become a teenager. Those teenage years are the most restless time for both sexes. When the colts think of or see a filly they might like, they might notice themselves get bigger. And just like how you're growing taller as you become an adult, everything else is growing generally bigger as well. Phew, okay, maybe I'm not using sciencey terms, but whatever. It doesn't need much explanation anyway, because it becomes the number one thing colts think of about for those teenage years. According to the medical journal, though, if you find yourself bigger for longer than 4 hours at a time, you should seek out a doctor right away. When it's bigger, you pretty much understand what to do with it. Just be smart and use protection, especially if you're not ready to become a father, because essentially in those teenage years, all it takes is one time and all of a sudden you have a colt of your own. Now, for the fillies, it's a bit more complicated. You will also find yourself going through changes around the time you become a teenager. That becomes especially clear around a certain time of the year. This is awkward to write considering I just finished the Winter Solstice chapter, because the time of the year that really matters for the birds and the bees is spring and summer. Let's just say that there's a lot of reasons the winter wrap-up might be a celebration. During those months, roughly the second half of spring and first half of summer, you'll find colts to be a lot less annoying than they usually are. Something about them is literally making you blush. That something is pheromones. And the reason why they're making you blush is because that time of year is normally called breeding season. Sometime in the middle of spring is when your first estrus cycle will start. That's always the roughest one and can last the longest. For anywhere from 2 to 10 days, you'll feel yourself in heat. Literally everything feels really warm these days, and your heart beats very fast as you're swimming in too many hormones and can make you act dumb if you're not careful. During these days especially, you might, feel yourself winking back there. It's natural and not really something you can control, same as when a stallion gets bigger. He can't help it either. It's just what happens when mares and stallions are in the same area together. The pheromones' natural smells we give off are very pleasing to each other. Both sexes can save themselves from embarrassment by wearing clothes and armor that cover things up. Once those 2 to 10 days are over, it can be different for every mare, then you will be normal for about 3 weeks until the next one. Now,
It is possible to go through this cycle outside of breeding season, but not very likely. Even if you do, it won't be nearly as strong as during the season. Now, while you can enjoy the company of your special sun pony year-round, the breeding season is when most mares are most likely to become pregnant. That is, when you feel so receptive during those months. Stallions, of course, love that time of the year because mares are more likely to love them, but mares must be careful that they don't get too swept up in the passion to have protection either. The most common form of birth controls to find around old pharmacies are condoms, which are for a stallion. Now, all of these are basically 200 years old at this point, so you want to check them to make sure they work. In the case of condoms, this might sound silly, but you want to blow them up like balloons. It's the easiest way to check for holes. They are harder to find, but for mares there's also something called a diaphragm. These aren't one-time use like condoms, you can reuse them. Of course, you might want to wash them considering where they're going, but if you find the one that fits you, it's the easiest way to put you in control of protection and pregnancy. Before the war, there were things like pills and spells that could be used for protection for both mares and stallions. Most of the pills are expired and don't work anymore, so you don't want to rely on them. However, if you have a unicorn doctor, maybe they still know some prophylactic spells. Now, assuming you're a happy couple and do want to become pregnant, breeding season is the time to do it. According to the medical journal, the first estrus cycle usually doesn't make it happen, but by the first one, the mare is at her most ready to become pregnant. If that happens, the pregnancy will last 11 months. Then the two of you will be welcoming your new bundle of joy into the world. You might have twins, but that's rare. That basically covers everything. The first few teenage years are the worst for everyone. However, by the time you're in your 20s, everything normalizes and just becomes another part of life. Because that's the point. It's all about life. It's about the next generation that will hopefully change the world for the better, even if just by a little bit. More personally, it's all about bringing a new life into the world and a little colt or filly of your own. Now, this is mainly about ponies. I don't have much knowledge of other creatures like griffins or zebras. I don't know how they're different. For the ghouls, though, you'll notice that breeding season cycles disappear compared to when you were normal. That's because ghouls are infertile and they can't become pregnant. It's one of the many things you'll lose when becoming a ghoul. No skin, no feathers, no babies. It's another thing you have to get used to. But for those who become a ghoul as a colt or a filly, or even as a young mare, it will leave you with an empty feeling sometimes. That's the trade-off for living hundreds of years, although I know some ghouls who would trade those things back in a heartbeat if they could. But at least they don't have to deal with condoms or diaphragms. That can be fun too. And who knows, maybe someday some pony will be able to help ghoulism one day, in so many different ways. For everyone in general, the birds and the bees can be pretty great. Things might get awkward. You may find yourself in an embarrassing situation in public once in a while, but the trade-off of getting to experience love in the purest, most physical way with a special spun pony is a feeling you can't find anywhere else.
Swarming. Hello, every pony. Now that you've read this far into the book, that is, depending on where I actually put this in the book, I've told you about my experiences and lessons learned on how to survive in the wasteland. But the thing is, life is so much more than survival. It is important to learn the essentials about food and water and shelter, but every pony has to do that. Life should be about friendship and loving each other no matter the circumstances. Because of how hard things are these days, I feel like a lot of ponies lose sight of that. And I would know, I get distracted easily. Before the war, One way we reminded ourselves of that friendship was through Hearthwarming Eve. You see, a long time ago, even before I was born, blizzards covered the land in ice and snow. The sadness and the fighting of ponies were bringing about the cold, and these winter spirits called Wendigos. Wendigos kind of look like ponies, but they're ghosts, and they're really big. Whenever you get close to one, you begin to shiver. They're like living magical feelings of violent, cold disharmony. When the ponies started to freeze and being trapped in ice, 3 ponies, one from each kingdom, Unicorn, Pegasus, and Earth Pony, began to talk and laugh with each other. They were showing love to each other the way ponies should, and because of that night, they were able to warm the hearts of their leaders and the hearths of every cold home in their kingdom. And that is why we call the holiday Hearthwarming Eve. My mother used to say that it was just a story, and that the princesses had always been with us. And when I was younger, I believed it. I couldn't imagine a world without the princesses. Until the princesses were gone. I used to think Wendigos weren't real, and maybe they aren't. But if they do exist, even their spirits were not cold enough, not sad enough to bring about the storm, the nuclear winter that we ponies did, that great war. That is why I believe now, more than ever, that ponies need to celebrate Hearthwarming Eve again. On the 3rd night of the longest night of the year, the beginning of winter, have a party. Find your friends and special some ponies, and anyone else you love or care about. Trade gifts with them, decorate your houses with tinsel and lights, and anything that makes you feel warm inside. Celebrate everything that is good and wonderful with each other. Of course, there are towns that always celebrate Hearthwarming Eve. If you're looking to have a good time with some good ponies, then those are the places to go. The first town is Harmony in northern Equestria. It's not the biggest town, but it's a safe place to travel and spend the holiday season. The townsfolk spread a rumor that the Harmony Valley was full of the ghosts of crystal ponies, haunting the site of their greatest defeat. They say the Harmony Valley was where the zebras finally broke the northern equestrian lines, but now the Gasties and Ghosties wander the place for revenge. Of course, that's not true, but it keeps the boneheaded raiders and slavers out. 10 Pony Tower also celebrates Hearthwarming, though it isn't the friendliest place in the Wasteland, and that's saying something. If you aren't a ghoul, or raider, or poor, or savage, or badly dressed, or unseemly, or crippled, or a former slave, or a zebra, or somehow all of the above, then you're more than welcome to the warmth and wealth of 10 Pony. Of course, you can enter the tower if you're invited by DJ Pony, which isn't too hard if you're a Pegasus. Just fly up to the window outside his room and start tossing rocks until his lovely assistant Homage lets you in. Finally, the 3rd place to spend Hearthwarming is Stable 104, the traditionalist stable. Apparently, Stable Tech grew paranoid that if the war was lost, all of our cultural heritage would be lost too, so they built a stable full of celebration and cheer. I heard it was designed by Pinkie Pie herself, and every year you can find a Hearthwarming celebration there. Unfortunately, it's a difficult stable to reach, being on the southern tip of the Shetland Isles, but you're in for a month-long Hearthwarming Eve party. They hire Talon Company Griffins for the whole party, so no pony interrupts you, and they have enough food and clean water for every pony, griffin, ghoul, minotaur, and centaur who walks in. Though they're not the biggest fans of zebras, to be honest, so if you're one of our stripy friends, then head over to Harmony instead. They're super accepting over there. No matter how bad things get, even if things seem cold and hopeless, always treasure the things that you do have. Celebrate Hearthwarming Eve, because if we chased away the winter once, I think we can do it again.
Some of you reading this might have heard about the Mare of Nightmare Night. She was an evil spirit that once plunged the whole world into darkness and nightmares. It was a very old legend that existed long before I was a filly. For hundreds, almost 1,000 years, little fillies and colts would have a light-hearted holiday about it. They would collect candy from other ponies in their village and give some to Nightmare Moon to appease her, so she wouldn't take them into the night. When I was a mare, that legend and festival changed dramatically because Nightmare Moon came back for real. The elements of harmony stopped her, turning her back into Princess Luna. With Luna back to her old self, she returned to watching over ponies at night and protecting their dreams. Nightmare Night became more of a remembrance, a celebration that evil spirit was conquered. But that was a long time ago. Your average day in the Wasteland isn't too different than that first Nightmare Night legend describes. With the war over and Princess Luna gone, they say that Nightmare Moon finally reigns over the land. She keeps the sun hidden however she can. Now she hides in the deepest, darkest places of the night, in every shadow. She waits for fillies and colts to get close so she can take them away forever. Just like all legends, stories like this have stuck around as a warning for little fillies and colts. These new versions of the legends warn them to be careful, to stay away from the darkness. Whether or not the Mare of Nightmare Night is still roaming the land, there are a lot more monsters out there. In fact, the real monsters are probably far scarier than those old stories about Nightmare Night. It's a bit ironic. The legend used to be very frightening, a way to scare the fillies and colts. It taught them smart principles for everyday life. That is, everyday life in the old, peaceful, magical land of Equestria. Nowadays, the legend is much softer than the horrors that are actually out there. It's become a way to ease the fillies and colts into the harsh dangers of the wasteland without traumatizing them. You know, the funny thing is, it was only 1 week before Nightmare Night when the Great War happened. I remember I was going to Canterlot for a party. The Ministry of Morale held them every year at their headquarters. Since I knew the ministry mares from our old days in Ponyville, I usually got an invitation. The princesses would sometimes be there too, including the Mare of Nightmare Night herself, Princess Luna. It was always a really fun time. Every pony would dress up in costumes, and there would be punch and special punch. There would be treats, and all the Bat Pony Royal Guards usually put on a little show to start things off, like a reenactment of the original Nightmare Night. I don't remember what I was going to wear. I know I had a few different ideas. I'm pretty sure I had settled on being the Shadowmancer from Daring Do and the Violet Star. That was going to be so cool. I was going to dye my hair dark purple and see if I could find a glowing gem for her to hold. But that probably doesn't mean too much to most of you. Who knows if there are any copies of that comic even around anymore? Anyway, after the dancing and socializing, Princess Celestia would end the night by making a little sun appear in the banquet hall, and we'd all go home. It was really fun because every pony was able to put those troubles in the past and have fun with it. It's not a bad lesson for these days either. You need to be careful in the wasteland, for sure, but it doesn't hurt to giggle at the ghosties sometimes. I'm not sure what other lessons you can take away from this. I'm just sitting here all by myself on Nightmare Night. A lot of the new Appaloosans are out of town for one reason or another, and most of them don't know about the holiday any day. I wish there was a party to go to. I wonder how that Nightmare Night party would have gone if the bombs didn't fall. There was definitely a weird feeling in the air. It had been going on for months, and we could almost feel the end approaching. You can definitely learn a lot from old legends and fables. Most aren't just stories, and they're told and retold for a reason. Maybe if we had more legends, more lessons from the past, it wouldn't have happened. Hopefully, holding on to those memories centuries later will keep another great war from happening. Do I think there's a Mare of Nightmare Night still out there?
hiding in the shadows? Not really. There's a lot worse things to worry about. Not only that, I don't like the idea of Nightmare Moon out there. I was in Ponyville when Nightmare Moon was finally abolished. She is gone, and I refuse to think she ever came back. If there's some spirit out there floating in the darkness, I hope it's watching ponies in their sleep. I hope it's comforting their dreams. I hope it's Luna. I think that the princess still watches over us, keeping us safe however she can. That's the Mare of Nightmare Night that I remember.
When I was a filly, the changing of the seasons was always a very fun time. All the Pegasi of Cloudsdale were so busy bringing in the new season and all the things that made each of them special. When I became a mare and moved to Ponyville, they had a lot of fun traditions about the spring equinox, or, as they called it, the winter wrap-up. Every pony and other creatures seemed to treat the changing of the seasons with a special significance. That hasn't changed, even after the bombs fell. Even though it's hard to see the sun through the cloud barrier, we can still see the sunrise and sunset. Everything goes from the same stale gray to a dark midnight blue or green, depending on where you live. The weather in the Wasteland is a lot crazier from when the Pegasi used to control it. All the Balefire and other weird, evil magics aside, it's almost like nature has reasserted itself. It took the weather back from the ponies who bent it to our wills for so many thousands of years. The same thing is true with the seasons, and things that make them change, the sun and the moon. Without the princesses moving the sun and the moon anymore, the seasons are mostly controlled by how long the sun and the moon stay in the sky. One day a year is the longest ever. Well, that year. It is when the sun stays in the sky the longest and the night is the shortest. Historically, that was the start of summer. Then there are 2 days in the year called equinoxes, when the sun and the moon have equal time in the sky. There is one that marks the beginning of spring, or rather, the winter wrap-up, and then there is one that marks the beginning of autumn. I still see ponies commemorate these days and seasons occasionally, although it's not that common anymore. It's really hard to see the seasons change because the Wasteland is so chaotic. Things just seem to freak out at random times. One thing I still notice, though, in my many centuries flying all over Equestria, is that everyone still recognizes the winter solstice. Now, growing up in Cloudsdale, I only thought of the winter solstice as that day my dad would be gone all night taking snow clouds all over the place. Other than that, I didn't think much of it since Hearthwarming Eve was right around the corner. However, the winter solstice means so much more to so much of the world. When I was growing up, I had a friend who was a reindeer. She lived up in Nordenhoof, which is way far to the north from here. No matter where you are reading this, basically, it's still north of you. Nordenhoof was beautiful. My Uncle Frostwing married a reindeer and they lived up there by my aunt's family. Whenever I went up to visit them, I would always get to see my friend Elby. Her name was Lingonberry, but everyone just called her Elby, or LB, for short. I haven't been up there since the Great War because even in the old days it was very cold. But these days the blizzards and storms are so harsh, I don't think anyone can fly up there, let alone survive. Plus, my Uncle Frostwing probably isn't around to see anymore.
Elby and her family weren't ponies, so they didn't celebrate hearthwarming as much as we did. Instead, they had a whole holiday celebration around the winter solstice, or midwinter, as they called it. Elby talked about how they believed the winter solstice signified the death of the sun, which then gave birth to a new sun at the beginning of the new year after the dark nights of winter. They would start weeks ahead of time by cutting down a big evergreen tree, then decorating it. It's called a hearthwarming tradition, but we actually copied it from them a long time ago. On the day of the solstice, they would slowly take all the decorations off of the tree and place them around the house. Then they would cut up the tree and start a roaring fire that kept the whole house warm through the long, dark night of the solstice. Once the tree was burned, they would keep the decorations out all winter, waiting for the pine cones to fall and new tree saplings to appear. This happened right around the time of winter wrap-up and the start of spring. The idea was that the reindeer decorated the tree to symbolize all the fortune and gifts they had received throughout the year. That not only meant good times with other reindeer and ponies, but gifts from nature like harvests that they had finished and stored away. Burning the tree was symbolic of using the bountiful harvest to survive through the long, dark northern winters. They kept the decorations hung around the house as a way to remember their blessings and keep them humble while they waited for winter to end. The winter solstice, along with the midwinter celebration, was about making it through those dark times. Just like hearthwarming is for ponies, it's about how they've come together to help each other survive through the cold and the snow. That's what a lot of us are stuck in right now. A very long, nuclear winter, like that old song talked about. The worst creatures out there in the wasteland seem to celebrate that fact. One reason most ponies still recognize the winter solstice is because during the longest night of the year, all the raiders seem to get extra crazy. Many groups out there would attack settlements or even each other, like they had been waiting for the solstice to act. I don't fully understand why they do this. A long night does give you more time to do bad things in the darkness, but it doesn't seem like a conscious choice. Elby would say that their traditions were about surviving the harshness of the elements. For reindeer up in Nordenhoof, the winter meant long blizzards, piles of snow, and freezing cold that could kill you. They survived off of the foods that they had stored during their harvests. The death of the sun meant that the things that hid in the darkness were given free rein to torment. They were the hardest times of the year, even in the oldest days, long before the Great War. However, no matter how long those winters were, they made it through the spring. They had those decorations in their house to keep their hope alive that the sun would shine again. One thing I still remember Elby telling me is that hope is essential. It wasn't just about wishing that the winter would end, it was about fighting every day to see it through. It was about every last piece of firewood, conserving every last berry and stalk of wheat. Those that didn't go out and bring in a tree to keep decorate also didn't have a tree to burn to keep warm. As a filly, I didn't think too much about the meaning behind those traditions, but I definitely do now. Who knows? Maybe the reindeer have survived up there. Maybe they were more prepared than all of us. I hope so. That's one of the many reasons I continue to press on. Even without skin, or even without feathers, and even without a tongue, I still have friends. I still have that warmth. One day, when this nuclear winter is over, I'm going to see for myself. Dear Princess Celestia. Dear Princess Celestia. 200 years ago, I used to deliver mail, and sometimes there would be points where Twilight Sparkle's dragon Spike would get sick and couldn't use his dragonfire to deliver letters to the princess. So, Twilight would ask me to deliver them for her. And because I was a little ditzy at the time, I would often arrive before she had even started writing the letter. But Twilight was kind and let me sit in the room with her as she wrote. And that's how the letters would start. And then they would continue on as she told her teacher about the lessons she'd learned about friendship and the adventures she had gone on. In the last 200 years, I've had quite a few adventures, and I've learned a lot, not just about how the New World works and its history, and not just about how to build a shelter, or fail at knots, or survive raider encounters. I've learned all of that, and I also learned another important lesson, one that I haven't stressed enough in my book. I've brought it up. I've explained that it's vital, but I don't think I can ever tell you just enough how important the magic of friendship is. But I don't have a Princess Celestia to write to. She's gone. They all are. But I have you. So here we go. Dear Reader, I don't know how you found my book or what kept you reading all this time. I don't know when you found it or how long it took you to finish it. I don't know if you read the whole thing, picked certain chapters, or jumped right to the end. But that you had read even a word of what I put down here matters to me. They say that war never changes. And I don't really know about all that. But I do know that ponies do, and that sometimes they might not always be there for you. Or at least that's what you're thinking. But if you look around yourself, if you call out and ask for help, some pony will come for you. There will always be help. There will always be friends. And they will always be with you. You just have to remember them. When I started this project, I'd never written a book before, only read them. I wasn't sure how it was all going to turn out. I started writing and outlining, and eventually I'd covered every facet of survival that I could think of. I wasn't sure if my disjointed little chapters would come together in the end, but I am so happy they did. In those first years after the Great War, I was really sad for a long time. A lot of my friends didn't make it. I wasn't sure what to think about why I survived, or even more so, why I survived like this, as a ghoul. But as time went on, more and more normal ponies started to show up again. I started to find many more ghouls that could talk, like me. I was far from alone. I started making new friends with all kinds of creatures, because I try to think of everyone as a friend, even if I haven't met them yet. As the decades went on, I heard so many other stories as colorful and exciting as mine. There were other Pegasi who stayed down in the wasteland helping those below. There were other hippogriff bird ponies tracking down all of their displaced friends scattered around the wasteland. There were raiders who devoted their life to help other raiders get out and start a normal life. So many amazing creatures out there shared parts of their lives with me over my centuries of life. I wanted to find a way that I could use my experience and their experience to help out the lives of all other friends we haven't met yet. This Wasteland Survival Guide is as much about them as it is me, because it is thanks to them that I made it this far at all. All the medical ponies who patched me up when things weren't healing right, all of the nice caravanners who showed me the way when I got lost for 3.5 days, all of the settlement ponies who took me in when I couldn't get through a storm, even when I was still glowing from Balefire. I've tried to mention a few of them specifically throughout this book, but to those I didn't, please know how much I appreciate you too. I'm really happy to be writing these closing thoughts today, because it was such a nice day. There was a cool breeze and a calm sky over the desert and New Appaloosa. Now, the day is almost over. It was a day without gunshots. A peaceful day. A better day. One day I hope there won't be a need for this book, that the world will go back to the way it was. I'm not sure if a world like that would have a place for ghoul ponies like me, but then again, there may be a chance for us too. Maybe some pony will find a way to turn us back to normal. Now that it's all done, I get all of these pages into the newspaper press. I'm going to fly as many copies of this book everywhere that I can think of. I especially want to put some copies near old Stabletech stables, where I think it can help the most. If you are reading this and need some more copies, please come and say hi to me at my store in New Appaloosa. It's called Absolutely Everything. You can get some new ones and probably a few other things that you need. Or, if you're in some kind of trouble, you can ask me about that too. Is there anything I can do to help? Because I will. As long as I'm still my derpy old self, I'm going to treat every new creature like the friend they could be. The Great War changed a lot of things, but nothing has helped us rebuild like helping each other. Because friendship never changes. Hearts, Ditsy.